Is this working? Mock test 1 2. Mock test 1 2. Mock test 1 2. Mock test 1 2. I hope it's working. Oh, my body is getting destroyed, man. From all the wear and tears. Let me see if this is working. Yeah, I guess it's working. Quality is excellent. Alright. Yeah, it's working. It's working. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, man.
So thus the alien mythos, the alien story that they are pushing fits perfectly into the narrative that they want for a technocratic global governance. And this is not surprising. I mean, many of the people who said they wanted a, quote, Luciferian global government, as H.G. Wells says in his book, God, the Invisible King, said they would have to create a new religious myth, a new story for Western civilization that doesn't just have man's redemption and salvation, but this kind of evolving into godhood status where we have to in 1960 they were already studying the social engineering impact that a new mythos, a new alien myth, a new alien story would have to destroy the existing belief systems.
God, my ribs, man.
Why would they want to do that? Well, from the vantage point of the elite, this would include people like Arthur C. Clarke and, the people at Brookings and others. They actually believe that all religions are just concocted, made up, synthesized myths. So Christianity, they would say, is just some cycle of incarnation of the various older religious traditions. It's another version of the Osiris myth. It's another version of Egyptian, mythology or whatever, Ra. Or, some other ancient myth. It's Enki, it's Enki, all this kind of Mesopotamian stuff, Sumerian stuff. So they see the ancient religions as really just recycled stories. They're only better insofar as they match up to the agenda of the technocratic elites that want to steer society into the direction of a technocratic agenda. And so thus the alien mythos, the alien story that they are pushing fits perfectly into the narrative that they want for a technocratic global governance. And this is not surprising. I mean, many of the people who said they wanted a, quote, Luciferian global government, as H.G. Wells says in his book, God, the Invisible King, said they would have to create a new religious myth, a new story for Western civilization that doesn't just have man's redemption and salvation, but this kind of evolving into godhood status where we have to, depopulate, where we have to have a technocratic control grid. It just so happens to match up with what the technocrats want. Now, isn't that odd? Why does the alien story and mythos, going back to its very origins of the MJ-12 and Roswell and the early alien promoters, how come it just happens to match up with what the technocrats want? Right? It just happens to match up with what the UN wants. So the aliens are telling us to depopulate. The aliens are telling us to have a global government, to have a de-armament, to have gun control. It just happens to match up with everything that the degenerate, wicked elite want. I mean, that should tell you something, right? One way to understand this is to look at who's over all this kind of drone aerial phenomenon in the United States, and it's entities like the Naval Reconnaissance Office. Everybody remembers, I'm sure, the announcement at the United Nations where Reagan said that perhaps we need an external global threat that can unite all of the nations together in a kind of new world order. If you think back to all the alien movies, the very propaganda of the earliest days that the mythos of Hollywood was putting out in terms of alien stories, if you think about something like The Day the Earth Stood Still, that's exactly the message of The Day the Earth Stood Still. If the nations don't come together, if they don't form a world government and engage in disarmament, then we won't have world peace, and the enlightened, advanced space brothers are going to help us, or they're going to destroy us. And there's a lot of parallels, too, when we get over into the phenomena of the psychonauts and the people that were doing a lot of LSD and DMT and shrooms, whether it's Tim Leary or whether it's Terrence McKenna. these figures also believed that they were in contact with alien entities, which they themselves described oftentimes as interdimensional beings or ETs. That's also found in people like Dr. John C. Lilly. In his autobiography, he says that a lot of the technology that he believed that he was getting when he was in his sleep deprivation tank or his float tanks or whatever, that he was speaking to these beings that were giving him information on electrodes, on RFID chips, things that he was literally working with the Navy for. So a lot of times people think this is run by, some Men in Black thing, but it's actually, I think, a lot of times run by the Navy. They're actually behind a lot of these things, the NRO. And my initial analysis is that I don't believe that aliens are going to be using blinking lights, the same type of blinking lights that you would see on a very terrestrial, Earth-based drone. A lot of people from the military are actually posting on Twitter. There are examples of drones that are really advanced. And I disagree quite a bit, for example, with Jim Marrs, but I was pulling out some of my old Jim Marrs books from back in the day. And I know Jim used to be on Alex quite a bit back in the day. And Jim Marrs actually had a pretty interesting chapter where he talked about a lot of the drone technology that you would see in the future 10, 20, 30 years later. So he was writing books in the 2000s about drone technology. Now, he believed in actual foreign extrabiological entities. I don't believe in that. I think that's part of the PSYOP. But I did enjoy the insights that Jim Marrs had into drone technology. So even within the domain of the known UFO researchers, advanced drone technology goes back to Vietnam. If you read Annie Jacobson's book on the history of DARPA, she talks about what would eventually become DARPA. That's where we get the internet, ARPANET, et cetera. They were actually working on, with the Air Force at the time of Vietnam, already using unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs. So this is not anything new. Now, it is true, I think, that a lot of what they do and a lot of the research is kept hidden. So they do have suppressed secret technologies, and they are proficient at keeping technology suppressed. People think that, well, they couldn't keep a secret. They can keep secrets. They kept the Manhattan Project secret for a long time. Eventually this stuff does get out. But no, I don't think that the stealth bomber is the most advanced form of, aerial phenomena or aerial technology that they have. This is just my speculation. But even people in the military who are just kind of mainstream, they'll talk about pretty openly. I met a guy, for example, that was in the military about 10 years ago, and he was discussing drones that they had at the base that he was at that were able to just take off, basically like a UFO, and they're completely silent. I've never had any weird UFO experiences or anything like that, but I remember one time, maybe in 2008 or 9, I was driving through a really remote wooded area of Tennessee, which is it was relatively close to some military bases that are well known in Tennessee. And in this very rural area, I did witness a very low-flying drone. This is, remember, in 2007-8 era, drones weren't reported on very much. This was kind of the era when it was rolling out that there was a lot of drone tech. This is when Obama was talking about using drones in warfare, in foreign entanglements to, assassinate leaders of other countries or whatever, Al-Qaeda. There was a big drone. Remember the drone scandal under Obama? This was right around that time, right prior to that. And I did park my car and I got out and I witnessed a very low flying, completely silent drone. Again, this is around 2007 or 8. And it did actually sort of accelerate and fly away at a really intense speed. It had blinking lights. I don't think the aliens are using blinking lights like American aircraft use blinking lights to identify that human aircraft. I guess this is all over the world. Everybody uses blinking lights. I don't know, but I mean, it's just obvious. I think that a lot of that is terrestrial. It's military technology, and the military has utilized, believe it or not, the alien mythos and story to cover up black operations. So, for example, at places like Area 51. It's well known, in fact, that Annie Jacobson wrote a whole other book on the history of Area 51 and the alien mythos and cover that they use sometimes as a kind of a distraction and a deflection for advanced drone, advanced tech, importing drugs, importing humans. I mean, they can use this Black Ops cover. They can use this cover for all kinds of black operations, and there are many stories. A lot of journalists have broken stories about the nefarious activities going on at some of these bases. So I think that's probably what's going on. That's more likely. Some of the more nefarious characters in American military history have also been involved in the space program and in the Air Force programs studying the aerial phenomena. For example, Michael Aquino, according to his own testimony, founder of the Temple of Set, the most famous Satanist after Aleister Crowley, perhaps, or Anton LaVey in the last century. He wrote the Army's psychological warfare doctrine, Mind War, Decide War. He was involved in studying and working with the psychological warfare operations involved in the aerial phenomena of UFOs. So what does that tell me? Well, the more that you dive into this question and the people involved in this question, the history of this question, and I'm not saying there are no spiritual phenomena or there are no weird, unexplained phenomena, but specifically the U.S.-based mythos of the alien crash narrative, Roswell story. The more we go into that, the more that we go into the early people who were abductees, the George Adamskis, the Betty and the Barney Hills, what we find is that all of these stories really fall apart very quick. And they don't just fall apart because of, some weird guy who's, doing LSD or something who has a vision, or he thinks he sees aliens, or some, guy out in the boonies who claims to have seen lights in the sky. They fall apart because the narratives actually end up being stories that were already written. For example, the George Adamski story was very closely related to a science fiction novel that was already out about him being taken up on crafts and seeing bosomy Marilyn Monroe-looking Venusian aliens. It's obviously all made-up nonsense. But the weird part about that whole story, as the Collins brothers have elucidated in a lot of scholarly detail in their book and Book of the Beyond, George Adamski's story was actually protected and fostered by none other than Allen Dulles, who was at that time the head of the CIA. Now, why would the head of the CIA care to threaten to take to court anyone who tried to question or debunk George Adamski's story? This is, again, the first most famous, abductee who was taken up on the craft, and he saw the ship, and there's always a sexual element to it. It's always very sort of primal and Freudian and Jungian. They have these things that they put in your butt, and they're probing you, and all this kind of nonsense. I think that is all intended to appeal to kind of our archetypal base nature as a new mythos. And why would I say it's a new mythos that's being planned? Well, let me give you an example. If you look at the academia behind this phenomena, that is actual people with PhDs that are studying this phenomena. And I'm not saying this because I just trust all PhDs. There's plenty of liars in the realm of academia. But there are insights that people in academia have. For example, going to the white papers that studied this phenomena 50, 60 years ago. So we go back to 1960 and we listen to people at Brookings Institute who were doing a white paper for NASA. And they came up with what I would call religious engineering propositions. And what do I mean by that? I mean the idea of concocting an entirely new mythos for the West, for Western civilization. And this is from the book, The Lure of the Edge by Brenda Densler. She is a University of California professor, and she wrote this really good book on the history of the alien phenomena and how it connects to cults, how it connects to mind control, again, from an academic perspective, not from a conspiracy perspective. And she mentions that this 1960s Brookings Institute paper, working together with the theories of Arthur C. Clarke, who himself was as far as we know, a PEDO, and he was a member of various esoteric orders and sects. He pointed out that this would be, by Christians, all called demonic activity. But in a 1960s Brookings Institute paper, it stated that the effects of the discovery of ET life on Christianity, religious fundamentalism, and all religious traditions would be electrifying. It would have far-reaching potential. It would, in fact, be a powerful social force, in other words, a social revolutionary force, the alien life theory. Science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke felt that the doctrine of the incarnation of Christ was a ticking time bomb, and that it would fall apart when this was announced. One psychologist in the UFO community stated that this would actually be a long-time battle that was going on, and this cover-up was about to be known and revealed. Not only would the idea of the incarnation itself come under review, as one investigator put it, the whole Christian idea of the plan of salvation would be severely problematized. So this is from the white paper. That was a quote from the professor. This is from the white paper itself. The Christian religion would be compromised by the discovery of ET life, because it makes so much of the doctrine of the incarnation as a historical event and of the knowledge of the good news of Jesus Christ and his passion, ascension, and atonement, that is the essence of salvation. It would rather have the effect to maintain that the incarnation, the crucifixion of the Son of God, occurred on innumerable worlds. So we would immediately have to have this doctrine of multi-worlds, multiverse, that Jesus is an alien being, perhaps saving aliens on other planets. And thus the good news would have to be a gospel that spread throughout the universe. This would be a vain effort, for the distant galaxies are so far away that they would probably never be contacted. And so ultimately, this would be the collapse of Christianity, because it would compromise not just the incarnation, but also the idea of divine providence, because God didn't save the alien world. So from the Brookings Institute papers in 1960, they were already discussing and theorizing about how this new mythos, this new narrative, would undo the existing mythos of the biblical heritage of Western civilization. So in other words, it's enough to destroy and undo Christianity, so they believe, just by announcing the possibility or the existence of alien life on other planets, on other solar systems, or even life existing outside of Earth. Now, whether you believe that's true or not, that's up to you. But what I'm saying is that in 1960, they were already studying the social engineering impact that a new mythos, a new alien myth, a new alien story would have to destroy the existing belief systems. Why would they want to do that? Well, from the vantage point of the elite, and this would include people like Arthur C. Clarke and you know, the people at Brookings and others, they actually believe that all religions are just concocted, made up, synthesized myths. So Christianity, they would say, is just some cycle of incarnation of the various older religious traditions. It's another version of the Osiris myth. It's another version of Egyptian, mythology or whatever, Ra, or some other ancient myth. It's Enki, it's Enki, all this kind of Mesopotamian stuff, Sumerian stuff. So they see the ancient religions as really just recycled stories, and there's none are no better than the others. They're only better insofar as they match up to the agenda of the technocratic elites that want to steer society into the direction of a technocratic agenda. And so thus the alien mythos, the alien story that they are pushing, fits perfectly into the narrative that they want for a technocratic global governance. And this is not surprising. I mean, many of the people who said they wanted a, quote, Luciferian global government, as H.G. Wells says in his book, God the Invisible King, said they would have to create a new religious myth, a new story for Western civilization that doesn't just have man's redemption and salvation, but this kind of evolving into godhood status where we have to, depopulate, where we have to have a technocratic control grid. It just so happens to match up with what the technocrats want. Now, isn't that odd? Why does the alien story and mythos, going back to its very origins of the MJ-12 and Roswell and the early alien promoters, how come it just happens to match up with what the technocrats want, right? It just happens to match up with what the UN wants. So the aliens are telling us to depopulate. The aliens are telling us to, have a global government, to have a dearmament, to have gun control. It just happens to match up with everything that the degenerate, wicked elite want. I mean, that should tell you something, right? And why is the system suddenly promoting aliens everywhere when for many, many decades, they played the part of, oh, there are no aliens, you're crazy if you even look into this. And now suddenly in the last few years, you've got hearings in Congress, oh, we've got UAPs, we've got underwater craft, they're real. And the people who are promoting it are all a bunch of people from the deep state themselves, a bunch of military, psyops people. By the way, newsflash, those are the people who lie. Those are people who are trained to lie. Like the number one thing you do when you enter that life, that domain, is you are trained to lie. And if you want the easiest way to debunk all of this, there was a great documentary that was made some years back, about 10 years ago. It was called Mirage Men. And Mirage Men is a documentary where they go and they interview people like Richard Doty and others who were involved in counterintelligence for the Air Force. And in his case, he was involved in helping to concoct the alien myth. Yes, you heard me correctly. He sits there and says, yeah, let me tell you all the tricks I use to profile idiot narcissists who believe that they're chosen by the aliens to give a new gospel to humanity. And we find these quacks and these idiots, and we just feed them a bunch of disinfo. And we bring them to the base, and we tell them they're going to meet with a general, and we play a VHS tape of some crappy, B-movie set version of UFO flying, and they actually believe it because the general comes in and says, we've chosen you to give the message to the people. So it's a psyop. And it's all in that document. It's a great documentary. You have to watch that as a starting place for understanding the UFO alien psyop scam. And there it is, right there. There's Richard Doty in that documentary. We're talking about the UFO alien mythology, the crafting of a new myth, a new story, a new grand narrative for Western civilization, which will merge into a new Hegelian dialectical synthesis with the rest of the Darwinian mythos to promote a new idea of man being seeded by the alien visitors as a kind of a DNA experiment to create a future race of supposed genetically pure beings. And in fact, if you go back to the origins of a lot of the people who promoted the alien mythos, or what would become the alien mythos a long time ago, they were absolutely 100% proponents of dysgenics, eugenics. They believed in the evolutionary control that would produce, they could be tweaking mankind to create a future transhumanist super being. So we mentioned earlier H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells wasn't just an expert in propaganda. He actually put his propaganda to work. And so he wrote famous books like War of the Worlds, which were really intended, I think, to seed the idea of what we're talking about with the alien myth. And I'm not joking when I say that all the same people pushing the alien myth, when you go into their writings, they're all believers in, transhumanism. They're all believers in eugenics. They're all believers in mass depopulation. And what better story or mythology to use to promote those ideas than the idea that we're seeded by far-off alien god beings and visitors. And those god beings are here to help train us, to lead us into ascension, the ascension of the next millennium, whatever kind of new age stuff. And if you think that that's all kooky and quackery, well, some of the most important movers and shakers of the 1960s counterculture, they actually went and gave lectures and talks on aliens and the new alien mythology at the Esalen Institute. Esalen Institute was one of the foremost think tanks kind of promoting and running the alien mythology that we have today, and in the whole 1960s New Age counterculture. I have a mainline history of the Esalen Institute right here by Jeffrey Kreikel, and there's a whole chapter on the alien interdimensional, hyperdimensional beings and the boomers that went and gave lectures and tried to talk about humping the aliens. So boomers are not okay. They were doing some crazy stuff back in the 1960s at the Esalen Institute, trying to hump aliens and get us to some kind of ascended status. So at the same time, it's not just H.G. Wells that was really helping to promote this. It was also Hollywood. For example, the 1949 Project Sign report was one of the early Air Force military declassified things that came out about the UFO phenomenon. And what that showed was there was this central group of intelligence operatives that were really controlling and steering the narrative. In 1949, in Project Sign, they were pushing the idea of debunking all of this, it's not real. But at the same time, MJ-12 was pushing that it's all real and it's all a cover-up. So you've got two supposed intelligence factions and groups pushing contrary narratives here, that there's real alien visitations, but at the same time, no, it all needs to be debunked. And you have people from the intelligence agencies like the OSS, eventually which would become the CIA, people like Dr. James Lipp, people like C.D. Jackson, who was the creator of the doctrinal warfare program. That was the program designed to utilize Christianity, particularly the Roman Catholic Church, at the time of Vatican II and before, for the CIA and America's designs in other countries. They wanted to make it an entity engaged in essentially soft power and expressing Americanism to the rest of the world. And it's interesting that eventually, by the way, the Vatican has kind of given soft okay to the possibility of alien life. We've had multiple people from, the Vatican come out and say, well, maybe there's a possibility that we'll have to baptize aliens. Various cardinals and others have hinted at this. So I wouldn't be surprised if Pope Francis and the Vatican didn't also kind of go along with this ridiculous narrative of the ETs are coming to visit us and maybe we can save them. But remember, C.D. Jackson, this guy who wanted to utilize the Roman Catholic Church, I think was very successful in his doctrinal warfare program. Go look that up. It's a declassified real thing. He was also involved in the production team on movies like The Day the Earth Stood Still. Why is the CIA's guy who's in charge of religious engineering and the using the churches for CIA projects and for soft power, why is he involved in movies like The Day the Earth Stood Still, these alien narratives that present the alien as this kind of carpenter from another planet, and he helps to, you know, he's trying to enlighten the nations to have a socialist world government and de-armament to battle against the other aliens that are coming to destroy us. The narratives are always the same. In fact, other production companies at that time, 20th Century Fox, they were putting out a lot of these alien movies. Some of the earliest ones, I think Day the Earth itself, I remember, is a 20th Century Fox Zanuck production. And if you look at what they were doing, they were working at the same time. 20th Century Fox at that time was working with the Office of Wartime Intelligence. So it was working with OSS directly on the production of some of these most famous, memorable, archetypal alien films. And speaking of archetypes, guess who else wrote about the possibility of UFOs and aliens as an archetypal pattern that could change human consciousness? Carl Jung, absolutely. Carl Jung wrote an essay on UFOs. I remember reading that some years back. He believed that UFOs, because he thought everything was kind of a projection of the unconscious, that we were sort of manifesting and projecting these things into existence, and that eventually the projections would also reflect back into our psyche, and we would have a sort of changing images of man scenario where we would evolve into some, you know, future Gnostic sort of religion or something like that. So for Carl Jung, they're also a religious phenomenon. And Carl Jung, you know, was a famous Gnostic in terms of his theology. If you look at his Red Book, which was his sort of like a dream journal. He thought he was getting these channeled messages in his dreams, and he recorded this in this big, giant, rare, esoteric book called the Red Book. And it's all these messages from these beings and these entities, again, very similar to what all the people who claim to channel aliens or to speak to the aliens claim. They claim that they're getting these messages. They claim that they're getting these you know, vibes from the ether, from the alien sphere, and it's the same stuff that the people who do DMT say. When the people who do DMT say they talk to the clockwork elves, when they talk to the interdimensional beings, they're saying the exact same thing. Don't have any kids, depopulate, emasculate yourself, you know, let us have a world government. We love you, we're aliens, but also we're demons. So it's all the same stuff, always. Why do the DMT clockwork elves say the same thing as the aliens? And they just happen to say the same thing that demons say in the Christian theological system. Your offspring and have a world government and submit to us because we love you and we'll make you feel good, by the way. But they don't. They're demonic entities. And again, every time we look into this story, into this mythos, into this narrative, the people involved in it are the most shady, ridiculous people from the deep state. Always, even up until today. If you go back to the 1980s and 1990s, there was the Aviary. This is a collection of deep state operatives. Again, Richard Doty, I think, is part of that crew or adjacent to it. Colonel John B. Alexander, who's involved in the production and creation of non-lethal weapons technologies. A bunch of other disinformation operatives. Again, the Mirage Men, they interview Richard Doty, and he literally just gives all the explanations and details of how he lies and deceives the people that they pick to be disinformation operatives in the alien phenomena. If you come up into the modern period, you have people like Tom DeLonge from Blink-182, and he's now in charge of running this Space Kids Academy, or I don't even know what it is, but he pushes all this alien nonsense. He goes on all the top podcasts everywhere and tells everybody, the generals have told me the aliens are here. You know, generals don't lie, right? Although, yeah, the military never lies. They never engage in deception. Surely they're telling us the truth, right? And what's the message? Oh, it's always the same New Age nonsense. So what's obvious is that the same people pushing the Madame Blavatsky Theosophy New Age stuff that all the boomers pushed in the 1960s through the Esalen Institute just happens to be the same narrative that the psychonauts push, like Leary and McKenna, that these beings are interdimensional spiritual entities and they're here to save us, they're here to help us. We got to have a depopulation, you know, eugenics-based scientific dictatorship, or else we won't survive the coming cataclysm. Why is the nuclear stuff always attached to the the UFO phenomenon. I think there's a convenient usage there for the threat. Everything attached to nuclear stuff is all about the possibility of the world being destroyed, right? It's a giant cataclysm. So the way to craft the alien narrative as if the interdimensional beings or entities or whatever might destroy us all is precisely to connect them directly to the nukes. So supposedly the aliens are always swarming around nuclear facilities because they're going to trigger them and they're going to cause, you know, the day after, if you've seen that 1980s famous TV movie that scared all the boomers so that they stopped, dropped, and rolled and got under their desks as if that was going to stop a nuclear blast. That movie, The Day After, right, that sort of burned into the psyche of many. I mean, I watched it as a kid, so I remember it as well. It's terrifying stuff if you grew up as a kid in the 1980s thinking that you're going to get nuked at any moment. So what better thing to tie the aliens to than the nuclear technology, you know, nuclear energy or whatever, because that immediately gives us the impression that at any moment, right, maybe the aliens are doing reconnaissance in New Jersey, and maybe they're going to attack, and maybe they're going to trigger the nuclear war, which is all, I think, ridiculous. I mean, if there was anything like that going on, it might be foreign governments having drones or something like that. But I don't even think that's what's going on in this case. Remember when supposedly a balloon from China floated over the U.S. a few months ago, and everybody was freaking out again, saying it was aliens in that case. Whenever people see a blimp, they think it's aliens. They think it's UFO. No, it's not. It's just everything. It's all very. That's not a UFO. It's obviously popped. So, I mean, how are the aliens getting here? Like on air balloons? I mean, come on. And why would their spacecraft crash? Like, if you look at Roswell, it's like, you know, the guy's holding up like tinfoil, right? So I don't know how they got here in tinfoil, but anyway. The commonality here is the neo-Gnostic mythos and story that we have to be saved from ourselves. All the same people who push the global elite stories. Remember, H.G. Wells is part of the Fabian Society. The Fabians are all pushing the same type of mythology of, you know, we got to have a technocratic, centralized, socialist world government. I mean, that's what all of these people push. You get later cults that are alien cults, like Scientology. A lot of people may not know that Scientology is another alien cult. The actual mythos and story that L. Ron Hubbard made up after he graduated from Aleister Crowley's cult group, the OTO, which is just an induction technique about how to learn to create your own cult. Basically, it's a grad school in creating your own cult. Okay, well, guess what he made up? An alien cult. Shocker. And many of the Crowley circles and people involved in the OTO, they're also all alien believers. They believe that the real way to contact aliens is through doing hardcore hallucinogens, doing LSD, doing shrooms, doing ayahuasca, et cetera, et cetera. And they combine that with so-called ritual magic, et cetera, and you've got the real way to contact the beings, the entities. And if you think this is all crazy, you understand that in the 1970s, the CIA was literally studying the occult. They were studying how to perhaps weaponize and understand scientifically the occult. I've done multiple live streams and talks on Project Stargate, the remote viewing studies and projects. I've done podcasts on the Gateway process. We just did one of those a few months ago on my channel. Go check out my podcast that we did breaking down the entire Gateway process document, which is all about meditation and connecting into other dimensions through meditation. These are all real CIA studies and projects that are declassified. So this isn't fake. This is all real studies. I'm not saying that all this stuff is real, but the studies that they were doing, again, all ties into religious engineering, all ties into mastering and creating and controlling these various cults. In fact, if you get into the early phases of NICAP and MUFON, those were very quickly taken over by, if they weren't started, by people from the CIA and various intelligence agencies. And that's why those entities have been really engines of disinformation, just like the Aviary, just like all these. Again, just go watch Mirage Men. I don't understand why. Do people who love and they go crazy about this, like they never watch Mirage Men, which is one of the best documentaries on this whole topic. In fact, they even talk about in Mirage Men the very people from Hollywood that they brought in to craft and create some of these so-called famous alien videos. So a lot of stuff that you see on the internet or on Twitter or whatever, I'm not saying that there aren't people, recording drones or recording real phenomena at times. I think there are. But a lot of these are also famous fake footage. And Doty talks about that. I don't know about the one that you see there with the famous ones about DC. I mean, that could be fake, could be real, who knows. But, I mean, again, it looks like a B movie, too, from the 1950s as well. So who knows? But they talk about in the documentary in Mirage Men the ability that they had in decades ago to craft pretty good faked alien footage. And they also talk about at times they didn't even have to create something that was that high quality. They could even do low quality stuff, and if they just brought some dupe to the military base and had a general tell them that this was a real craft, and that, I mean, it's laughable when you watch the documentary because they're actually telling their dupes that, the aliens landed, and here's a VHS video of it, and they want us to make a treaty with them, with the Pleiadians, and but we can't tell the people yet because humans aren't ready for it. So we need you to be our disseminator and our ambassador to the people of this new alien gospel. And what's funny about all this is like, wait a minute, isn't that the whole plot of X-Files? If you watch the entire story arc narrative of the show of X-Files, that's literally what's in X-Files. They actually find people that they have to disseminate the myth through, dupes who are the chosen ones. And even in the X-Files, they even talk about how this is all pretty much run by, people from the CIA, people from the OSS, people from the deep state. In the X-Files, it's called the Syndicate, right? So all of this is coming out of, quote, the Syndicate, even in the X-Files. But no, we're supposed to just believe these people. So the people who lied and made up weapons of mass destruction stories about, they're the ones that are going to be the ones telling us about the alien mythos. It's kind of like, reverse or inverse Kramer. I don't know if you are familiar with this, but basically anytime Jim Kramer talks about something in terms of economics, the opposite happens. So if he talks about how good Bitcoin is, Bitcoin goes down. If he disses Bitcoin, of course it goes up. So this is a well-known market phenomena. It's like kind of like the same thing I would say here. Like anything that the establishment is saying, pretty much just believe the opposite. That if they're pushing aliens and the alien mythos, then it's not true. It's a pseudo religious mythology that they're trying to concoct, I would say. That's the big picture. In the small term is probably what Alex was talking about. It's a demonstration of, drone technology. So when Russians are looking at this and what America has going on, they're not thinking about aliens, I guarantee you that. When the Russians see this, they're saying, okay, America's flexing its drone tech or something. It's America showing what, they could come do with drones in Russia or something like that. That makes a lot of sense. That makes way more sense than the idea that, drones have blinking lights like aircraft, registered aircraft have. That's ridiculous. It also doesn't make sense that the craft crash and so that when the craft crashes, like it looks like, a tin can, Apollo mission type of craft. I mean, it just looks ridiculous. It looks like a B movie. But people still believe this. And why is it, by the way, that all of the famous cults, particularly British cults, they happen to have an alien myth? Have you noticed this? There's a big alien mythos behind them. Not all of them, but for example, the Heaven's Gate, that was a big alien cult, right? The Hale Bopp was like some alien mothership that was going to come. It was a P-Funk mothership was going to come take us away, right? There's all these Heaven's Gate weirdos, and they literally believe this crazy nonsense with a guy who literally looks like the ultimate alien cult leader, and yet they believed it. Now, it used the alien myth. Think about the Raelians. The Raelians also supposedly have human cloning technology, and the cult's run by this multimillionaire former French race car driver. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And yet that I don't think they're not a cult, but they also believe in aliens and all this nonsense. They have intelligence connections. The Order of the Solar Temple, that's another literal cult. Well, they also had an alien mythos because they were blending Crowley and OTO elements into their story, and the ascended masters and the gods from the beyond and so forth. Those are all that you have to contact and channel. That's another massive giant suicide cult. People don't know, by the way, that there is actually an alien mythos to Jim Jones's cult. I mean, it's not the central focus, but Jim Jones would kind of have these weird phases where he would just kind of make up all kinds of wild stuff. And there's also kind of an alien space opera thing going on in the background of the Jim Jones cult, if you go really deep into all the stuff that he taught over the years. Now, I don't think it was, again, the main portion of his mythology, because a lot of what Jim Jones was doing was just kind of like liberation theology, Marxism version of so-called like watered down Christianity. But he would at times talk about, that this universe was created by some kind of entity that was an alien entity that farted it out. He literally said that. I'm not making that up. So again, that's another alien cult. You could argue that Crowley and his OTO is an alien cult. In fact, Madame Blavatsky, Alice Bailey, all the New Agers actually believe that the New Age theology and philosophy and theosophy comes from ascended masters who actually are just like aliens too. Now, I don't believe that they got that from ascended masters. I think that was a concocted Fabian socialist made up religion of the future. I mean, it is demonic, but I don't really believe that it came from ascended masters. I think her ascended masters, quote unquote, were her handlers, the spy chiefs that were really running her. And if you don't believe that, look up the work of Dr. Richard Spence, who wrote the famous book, Secret Agent 666, about how Aleister Crowley was actually working for British intelligence. So what do you know, the most famous proponent of alien theology in the 20th century, also the most famous Satanist of the last century, yes, he actually, if you go into the studies of what Crowley really talked about, it's not an accident that his channeled lamb entity or being looks just like an alien. The entity that Aleister Crowley claims to have channeled is like a big, goofy-headed alien. Just look up lamb, L-A-M. If you have a picture of Crowley's lamb there to the guys in the studio, look up Aleister Crowley's L-A-M, lamb, and you'll see that it looks just like an alien being. Again, whether Crowley really channeled anything, whether he was just, bombed out of his mind on various drugs and he saw this entity or did contact, which is possible, or whether he just concocted it, it fits very closely into the alien mythos and narrative. And in fact, some members of that group and of that cult to this day actually do believe that they are channeling and contacting, quote, aliens when they do their rituals. So whether you believe in the aliens or not, or whether you believe in the H.G. Wells thesis that it's all concocted as a new mythology, either way, it's abundantly clear that the system, that the establishment is using and concocting and wants this narrative to be there, not just for the, media. There's Lamb, supposedly the entity that Aleister Crowley contacted, the demon entity, alien entity. That becomes really, I think, one of the archetypal images for the future of the Greys or whatever they're supposed to be. This is all mythology. It's being engineered, it's being created, and it's not accidental that all of the mind control CIA doctors and people like that, the psychonauts, are also directly connected to and working with and involved in the crafting and the production of the alien mythos, whether it's the British intelligence operatives and people like H.G. Wells, people like, even Aldous Huxley, you could argue, because Huxley in some of his books talks about contacting and interacting with demonic entities through opening these doorways, doors of perception and whatnot. I don't know if he really believed in demons or if he just thought perhaps they were entities. This is, I think, Eyeless in Gaza is the Huxley book that talks about this. But in Doors of Perception, he does talk about opening up these pathways and these portals, so to speak, through the hallucinogenic experience. You read Doors of Perception, he kind of debates in the book whether it's a purely mental phenomenon or whether you're actually opening up doorways to other dimensions. So he kind of debates it with himself and perhaps isn't clear. But regardless, these people actually do believe that the interdimensional beings do interact with our realm and that they do give us information, they do give us technology, they do give us creative ideas or something like this. You can debate that, but it, again, just happens to fit into the Christian theological story of demons who are fallen angels who work to deceive men, who appear as angels of light, as Paul says, and who lie to men. So keep in mind that just because there's a spiritual experience doesn't mean that it's a good spiritual experience. It might be demonic.
Just zoom in, you idiot. So much easier when you zoom in. Spending too much time on this bullshit. That's good enough. That's funny looking. Oh my god, my ribs, man. Fuck, I'm a little hungry. Gotta eat something. It's not interesting.
Transhumanism, genetic modification, cloning, and the return of Gaia will be the future world that we go into. No, there will be a religion in the future. It's just not going to be the religion of Western gods or Christianity or anything like that. He says, we will have a figure that we look to as our archetype or as our sort of deity, which is a cloak for a fake religion created by the elite to dupe everybody into some sort of delusion, a mass delusion that the real God is. Today I'm going to walk you through, again, some of the classic texts that admit everything that we're seeing roll out today. These classic texts will be then a demonstration, a proof that we're not conspiracy theorists, but in fact we are conspiracy realists. We are espionage students. We are history buffs. We're not lunatics that just come up with stuff with no backing or basis. In fact, we're going to see as we walk through some of these key texts, some of which you've heard me talk about before and some you haven't. These key texts admit the technocratic, internationalist, globalist agenda that includes Zionism as well as part of an overall strategy to bring about a new world order. This new world order is not capitalist or socialist, Marxist in the classical sense. It's a hybrid of all of these into a new type of system run by computers, supercomputers from centralized megacities underneath giant continental unions. In order to get to that end goal, the establishment needs a specific type of currency that's one world and universal and controlled by a central hub. It needs a single world religion that thus props up the beast system, and it needs a centralized global state. So one world religion, one world currency, and one world government. Those are all the key plans that we can't forget that are the real overall plan of all of this. And we just saw this week, as I highlighted the other day, as I predicted for many, many years, I've been talking about the union between the Roman Catholic Church and Islam and other religions to create a supra mega perennialist religion for probably 20 years. And then beyond that, we've talked about Dune and the way that Dune, for example, last week or a few days ago, we talked about Dune predicts this convergence into a future world religion that combines Islam with Catholicism. And they have their own Bible in the Dune story called the Orange Catholic Bible. So we talked about that a couple of days ago. But that's fiction. And of course, a lot of times fiction encodes and predicts through predictive programming, you could say, a lot of what comes about in reality. And there's a lot of reasons how and why it does that. Sometimes the authors are insiders. Sometimes they know very powerful people. Sometimes, like Philip K. Dick, they're in the circles of people in Silicon Valley, so he can write into his dystopian sci-fi classics what the elite have planned. Sometimes it's people who are in the British establishment and they hear about what's going on and they write books like Wanting Seed, Anthony Burgess, who wrote the novel about enforced homosexuality in the future dystopia. Very close to what Huxley put in Brave New World, which is the idea that there's enforced, well, basically you have to sleep with everybody. So it's illegal not to touch butts with anyone who requests it, and you're medicated if you
Really?
disagree because something's wrong with you. Why would you not want to sleep with everyone? So this all becomes a mandated
That's funny.
technocracy where you're controlled by your addictions and your passions. You're given soma in Brave New World, which is a drug that makes you kind of lackadaisical, and you have this sort of drug trip experience. And in the religion of Brave New World, it's connected to a kind of that mimics the Christian religious service, almost kind of like a new agey, where everybody's sort of just sort of having, but also taking a kind of quasi hallucinogenic. That's the religious service that you see in Brave New World, and that's where all the rainbow churches would like to take everybody in the future, as well as this new alliance that's forged between the Vatican and Islam now publicly, globally, in response supposedly to the evils of Donald Trump going to war in Iran. Now, I disagree with Donald Trump's war in Iran. However, that's a false choice. I don't have to choose the globalist, socialist, papacy uniting with Islam or the Zionist approach that Donald Trump has. What if I reject both of those? Because as an Orthodox Christian, I don't believe either of those approaches are correct. So there's other options that we can choose in the midst of false dialectics and false choices, false either-ors. But when we want to talk about these books and how well laid out this is, there's so many of them that it's actually difficult to really pick
the best or the worst or whatever, because so many of these writings of the elite over the last century, they actually have, each one of them kind of has unique angles and pieces that it brings to the table, puzzle pieces that it fits in with their overall picture. But if we were to rewind a long time ago, you heard me mention this a couple days ago. There was a famous count named Count Coudenhove Kalergi, and he wrote a book called Practical Idealism. And you may have heard people say, oh, this is the Kalergi plan, the Kalergi plan. And this book was written in 1925. And the point of this book was that there has to be a European Union that would eventually erase every tribe and ethnic and European nation state group, right? So there won't be Scots people, there won't be Irish people, there won't be Britons, there won't be Italians, there won't be French. They will all be blended into a generic glob, a blob union, erasing all of their unique cultural distinctives under the banner of equality, egalitarianism, and freedom and unity. And he argues that this will be done through not just the EU, but that it will create the rise of a Jewish superclass. Now, that's his argument, not mine. So if you take issue with that, if you say, oh, that's an evil conspiracy theory, well, I mean, he says it clear as day within the first 30 or 40 pages. He talks about that. Now, you said, well, who cares what this guy says? Who is he? Well, this plan was presented to the elites of the British Empire, and they said, we like your plan. This is covered in Quigley's Anglo-American Establishment book, which is kind of a sequel to Tragedy and Hope. And in the Anglo-American Establishment, the elites of Britain said, this is the Rothschilds and the Fabians and the Milner elite. They said, we like your plan, Count, but we also like Lord Curtis's plan, so we're going to go with a blend of both of those. And Lord Curtis's plan was what he called the Commonwealth of God, which was a kind of rebranding of the British Empire to be kind of a light Fabian socialist global order. That was the Commonwealth of God plan. And this is Count Coudenhove Kalergi's counter plan that also blends very well with that. So the next time somebody says, well, there's no evidence for that, it doesn't exist, you can point out the UN replacement migration documents that Alex has highlighted for 15 years, 10, 15 years. You can point out the banker Larry Summers, who said that it's time to erase, Peter Sutherland. Peter Sutherland, the European banker, said that the banking elite have already determined that it's time to erase the unique European people groups with mass migration and other techniques to essentially breed them out. So that's why there's a massive influx of Muslims into Europe, and similar strategies are used, of course, in the United States as well, and that's including in the last several years more and more Muslims as well. We know that, for example, Max Blumenthal's book, Management of Savagery, he talks about the billions of dollars that the Saudis alone have put into funding Islamic education centers and mosques in the United States, combined with the massive importation of people from Islamic countries. There is definitely a strategy to dilute and change the existing demographics and population. And that's not a conspiracy theory, it's a form of warfare, right? There's books that are out of Cornell University, that are out of the Army War College. Kelly Greenhill has a book called Weapons of Mass Migration. It's an academic text. And so it's not a conspiracy theory to talk about the use of people groups as demographic warfare. If you remember a few years ago, even Erdogan made this clear when he says, if you don't do what we want, we will flood your country with infinity migrants. And so he even threatened this as an open form of warfare, showing that demographic warfare is well known to generals and army commanders because it's an ancient technique, it's an ancient strategy, as well as other types of non-kinetic techniques, fifth generational warfare, things that include cultural war, things that include flooding the target area with extreme forms of vice, extreme forms of, we know that this happened to the people in Palestine. In Gaza, they were flooded with hardcore by the IDF and the Mossad some years ago. That's all publicly on record as a form of psychological warfare. You also have, of course, economic warfare. So all of these techniques are used, and it's important to point out that none of these are new. They're just sort of refined, and they're scientifically updated to be a mad scientist's insane, crazy dream. Now, a book that a friend of mine sent to me some years ago, right when the PSYOP was let loose, is a book called Millennium. And Millennium is a collection of all of these sort of Barbara Marx Hubbard, Timothy Leary, Carl Rogers, Jonas Salk, Marilyn Ferguson, Willis Harman type New World Order figures associated typically with sort of the boomer counterculture revolution of the 1960s. But they had a huge impact on the changing of the landscape of American morals and thought. And these essays are all collected together in a book in 1981 that talks about that talks about right essential and non-essential workers. Willis Harman, who's a big Stanford research SRI guy who's written all types of globalist elite documents, one of which he had a huge role in was the Robert Maxwell published book, Changing Images of Man, which we covered in studio with Alex when I got a hold of a hard copy. And that was, I think, a pretty definitive text, an elite textbook level text for grad students who would be going into the bureaucratic system. And that was used at a high level universities for international relations students that were graduating in the 1980s. This book also came out in the early 1980s. And Willis Harman says that in the future, we're going to understand that there's extra people, and the extra people are going to be a class lower. So you thought that you were getting a new world order of egalitarianism and radical equalitarianism where everyone's equal. But no, there will be a strata. It's just that strata will be determined by the technocrats who decide who the essential and non-essential workers are. And of course, the non-essential workers are the extra people. You may recall David Attenborough, the famous wildlife BBC Malthusian, who often talked about the extra people. What will we do with the extra people? Perhaps we shall have to get rid of them. He always said this in his documentaries. That's a term that the Malthusians use for all the people that they see as essentially the profane and the worthless. So Willis Harman argues that in the post-industrial society of the future, when the technocracy comes in, you'll have a universal basic income that's a form of social credit that determines your social worth, and everything will be needs-based. There won't be this idea of merit and you pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and creating your own small business. It will all be essentially apportioned to you because you are part of the collective. And so austerity collectivism will come into vogue, and even perhaps tiny living. You notice that tiny living is being promoted everywhere by design. It's very fashionable, especially when there's a bad economy. So why not just work from home in the future? Yes, talks about working from home, 1981. And the idea would be that in this great technocratic future, the new ethic will be eco-based. So we'll base everything around what's good and bad for the environment, including how much population is allowed. And essentially that'll be decided by computers, because we can't leave that to humans. They're subject to fallible emotions. So technocracy requires that in the future, the non-essential workers, their lifespans will be determined by how useful they are to the collective system and to Mother Earth. Social planning is the future, and all of society has moved and evolved from individual thinking in the West to collective thinking. So it's time to give up individuality for the good of the whole, the good of the collective. Now remember, this didn't go away just because Trump got elected. The overall technocratic agenda, just because people aren't talking about it or because people think, oh, we won, trust the plan. No. All of this continues to march on. Just look at all the technocrats who are pushing for all of the worst things at Bilderberg just last week. All the same technocratic agenda that everybody thought, oh, well, forget about it. Trump's elected. Who cares? It's all good now. We won. We're taking over. None of that changed. In fact, it was all reiterated, and perhaps they got more done because people thought, oh, well, we've actually won, so there's no concern. We don't have to worry about it anymore. The other chapters in this book are relevant, but not super relevant for what we're going to be talking about today. But you do have figures like Timothy Leary talking about a kind of a new satanic era of the future that would be based around transhumanism. And he himself was an explicit Satanist. He said he was, quote, carrying on the work of Aleister Crowley. And so to give all the boomers LSD was actually a means of enlightening them and waking them up from being essentially corporate 1950s creations. And now, in the future, he says transhumanism, genetic modification, cloning, and the return of Gaia will be the future world that we go into. If you go to places in California like Topanga Canyon or wherever you find like kind of Instagram yoga chick new age communities, it's all boomers that run those that come out of this Tim Leary mindset. And it's funny to see the way that they think this is going to come about. Like everybody sort of think that you're going to set up this sort of like massively depopulated tribal return to primitivism setting, which is just so unrealistic given the nature of the global economy, how integrated it is with technology. This idea that you're going to have some sort of like indigenous tribal setting where, I don't know, really cool dropping boomers are going to be alive and leading everybody into this golden aeon. It's really preposterous, but it's very useful for social engineering and for convincing people that you can create this kind of a new world just out of thin air, right? Not a whole lot of difference between that and the absurd idealism of a classical Marxist. We'll just get all the workers to rise up and then everybody will be fair and everything will be equal and we'll just divide everything up and it'll be perfect equality. Again, to go back to some of the classics so you don't forget, David Rockefeller, who probably one of the most powerful men in the history of the United States, created essentially the Council on Foreign Relations, created the Trilateral Commission out of that, helped to create the Bilderberg Group, essentially donated the land for the United Nations, had a huge role in the creation of the OSS and the CIA. I mean, on and on and on. You can't get away from JP Morgan Chase and Chase Bank and Standard Oil and all of the tremendous industrial magnate, oligarch, baron power that the Rockefeller family has had. You really can't get away from that. But maybe they aren't conspiratorial. Maybe we're just making this up. Maybe it's all just for the good of the country and they're very nice people. Well, in the photos, we always overlook the photos. You'll find him here gleefully meeting with Chinese communist leaders. And so he preceded Nixon. Here's, I think, Nixon down here with Kissinger when he went to China. But before that, David Rockefeller prepared the way for Nixon to do that by going and setting up Chase Bank as the first bank in communist China. By the way, here he is praising Nelson Mandela, meeting with and praising Nelson Mandela. Here he is at NAFTA, push for NAFTA. So you'll find the Rockefellers are pretty much at the heart of everything, including the erection of the first major bank in Red China. And they brag about this. And of course, David Rockefeller has a whole section in here, by the way, about his intelligence work, how he came out of being an intelligence operative and how that's really what prepared him for the future global oligarchical role that he gladly accepted. And we can't forget the classic chapter where he says that he is a proud internationalist and that people accuse him of wanting to set up a world government and being a globalist. And he says, I proudly accept that mantle. I'm absolutely ecstatic, in fact, about creating a global government. And the conspiracy theorists are correct. He actually says that. He says, yes, they are correct. I am trying to do that. Here is a whole section where he brags about creating, together with other members of the European elite, including members of the SS, Bilderberg. He says, yeah, of course, I helped create Bilderberg. I'm very proud of that. He says it doesn't do as much as I'd hoped, but yeah, I had a huge role in creating that with Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, and that's what our technocratic oligarchical elite is all about. He says, I worked with Etienne d'Avignon and a bunch of other oligarchs to help create the Bilderberg Group. And he says, our goal has always been and continues to be, this is pages 416 and 17, the erection of a new world economic order. And I worked together with Zbigniew Brzezinski, and essentially he says our puppet, Jimmy Carter, played a huge role in this. He says that there was a brief period where Ronald Reagan thought that he would challenge the Trilateral Commission and the CFR in very coded language. He says Ronald Reagan figured out that maybe that wasn't the best idea to challenge the CFR in the trial. Maybe he's saying that gunshot might have had something to do with that, but he says, if you want to understand how I learned all of this is why I constantly harp on the espionage and the spy angle to all this stuff to all you guys, which I know I get people in the comments, oh, this is boring, who cares, it's boring. Well, you're just proudly touting your own ignorance because you may think it's boring, but this is the people who rule over you. This is the people who are force feeding you the garbage physically and culturally that you eat and take into your body and into your mind. David Rockefeller says the construction of this order, all of this, he says, is because I was an intelligence officer. I learned that my effectiveness depended upon my ability to develop networks with reliable information and influence. So he attributes his skill set to his intelligence work. Now, who did he recruit in 1990 to be another key member of the CFR to help him do what he was up to? Oh, Jeffrey Epstein. Remember in the Bannon interview, the most notorious organized crime international fixer,
there he is,
PDF blackmailer person of recent note in the last several decades was a Leagate, David Rockefeller, as Epstein himself bragged, not just being CFR, but also being at the Trilateral Commission. So what's the goal of these people? Well, it turns out the guy that they created the Trilateral Commission for is Zbigniew Brzezinski. He wrote a book in 1970 called Between Two Ages, and he tells us everything about what the goal of the CFR and the Trilateral Commission and people like Jeffrey Epstein are ultimately up to. And it's not just sex ops and blackmail and honey traps, and it's not just that. It's not even just money laundering. It's much bigger than that. It's a technocratic global agenda. So we're talking about the admitted plans of the elite in their texts, some of which I've covered as classics and some of which I've got over here that are pretty new that you may not have seen or heard of. But of course, Brzezinski, as we said, was one of these key figures who the Trilateral Commission was created for. And that's also something that your buddy Epstein was involved in there, as David Rockefeller and Lord Rothschild's Leagate, Between Two Ages, describes the future world. It's written in 1970, where Skynet will become a reality. He doesn't call it Skynet, but he says that computers will be interlinked with all the satellite networks, and they will be able to use genetic modification and future, perhaps nanotechnologies, to mutate man and turn man into something other than what he is. And that's within the first few pages. He immediately talks about this genetic modification of man and the future Skynet world order that we're going into. And you may have heard this because most people refer to this book when they want to talk about geoengineering and weather control, because he talked about it in a footnote back in 1970 that, of course, it's a reality. And there's Brzezinski right there saying the future will be future warfare, including geoengineering and weather war, something that even still people say doesn't exist. And if you talk about it, you are a crazy conspiracy theorist. He goes on to talk about the important role that religion will play in the future world order, and that things like Vatican II are preparing the way for the emergence of a new synthesis of all the world religions into something else, some new monstrosity. He doesn't call it a monstrosity, but I'm calling it a monstrosity. But what about all of this esoteric, hermetic, occult stuff that's everywhere in the last, well, you could say since the 1960s with the counterculture revolution of the boomers? Where did we get all this yoga everywhere, the yoga chicks, and the importation of all of these Far Eastern ideas and Tibetan Buddhism? And you could say, well, Hollywood had a key role in it, yeah. But who was one of the main people whose ideas influenced millions and millions of people, including many of the elite? Well, it's a woman named Helena Blavatsky. Her esoteric system that she created was very influential on the United Nations and the early promoters of the Lucis Trust, which is now what used to be called the Lucifer Trust publishing company, which publishes the books by Alice Bailey, Annie Besant, and of course, Madame Blavatsky herself, who was thought for many, many years, and I think she probably was, to be a British agent or perhaps a socialist. Well, she was a Fabian socialist, admittedly. In fact, I think Gandhi attended her funeral Gandhi was a Fabian socialist, and I think you may have heard of Aleister Crowley. He was a huge fan of Madame Blavatsky as well. In fact, he told his devotees to read the works of Blavatsky. So she has a work called The Secret Doctrine, and in this she says that the future religion of the new aeon, of the new age that's coming, she's really the real central figure behind the new age, the syncretist idea of all the religions coming together in terms of theosophy, which is her occult system. She said that new religion is one that will shift away from the dogmatism of a kind of patriarchal religion of God the Father or anything like that. And she says, and I can't believe I found this. I think I bought this book in Austin. So we found this at an Austin bookstore, and I think they're first edition, so they're really expensive. But I got ISIS Unveiled 1 and 2.
That's funny.
First edition copies.
That looks just
so this
like
is Blavatsky's Priestesses of Isis. That's the religion of the future that will replace Christianity, because we need a more feminine-centric religion that will displace the logic and the reasoning and the warfare and the dominance that masculine energies possess. Instead, it will be a harmony, synthesis, peace, feminine religion embodied in the figure of Isis. And I can't prove this, but I think Dr. John Coleman in his conspiracy books has a pretty convincing thesis that they had planned many decades ago to create pop stars. And I'm talking about the Lady Gagas, the Beyoncés, the Madonnas, the Katy Perrys, the Billie Eilishes, all of these figures that would become essentially embodiments of Isis, because they want to instantiate and incarnate a new religion based around the feminine principle that replaces what they call phallogocentrism, or the phallic logos reasoning centric religion of Christianity, of the Bible, etc. And to do that, you need an ideology of religion that is something new, but also is seen and perceived as peaceful and harmonious and in tune with nature and all this fake and gay nonsense, which is a cloak for a fake religion created by the elite to dupe everybody into some sort of delusion, a mass delusion that the real God is nature itself, or Isis, right? Because nature,
ISIS, like
is kind
the
of a
fucking
passive.
terrorist
I mean, there's a
organization? I don't know what
generative
you're
principle
talking
you
about.
could say of
Who's
masculine
ISIS?
and feminine in nature, and of course, that will be a big part of the debate tomorrow night when I debate the two Freemasons on whether it's a consistent Christian society or whether it's absolutely antithetical to Christianity. The religion of the worship of nature is essentially what we're talking about, and that's what Blavatsky talks about. She says that ISIS Unveiled is the revealing of what was prior to now hidden, meaning we had to keep our secret society teachings in the background until the time was right, when we've gained enough power through, she says, education. In fact, she says that kindergarten, she wrote an article like 100 plus years ago for the Scottish Rite magazine, or she was at least quoted in the Scottish Rite magazine 100 plus years ago, saying that elementary school and education would be the key means by which the new age, the religion of the new age, would be inculcated and indoctrinated and brought about by the time that we're living in now. So essentially she was predicting a near future revelation of the religion and worship of Isis, the goddess, under the guise of anything like New Age, or it doesn't have, we don't have to all explicitly be walking into a temple that's called the Temple of Isis, when we already have essentially churches that are flying the rainbow flags. That's the equivalent of ISIS Unveiled, right? Because we're going to a kind of pagan worship, a kind of temple religion, like my wife Jamie has talked about in a lot of her videos. In fact, the last time she was on here on the 4th hour, we covered Babylon, mystery religion, and the harlot, and we went to the ancient temple cults of the ancient world and saw that that's exactly what this is and what they want to bring back. So Blavatsky's Fabian socialism is also intimately tied to her New Age revolution of promoting yoga, Eastern meditation techniques, anything like that, transcendental meditation. It flows from the same sort of branch, or grows out of the same branch of her version of the secret doctrine, which is this weird mix of everything from Eastern tantric practices to yoga to Neoplatonism to ritual magic, all of those things play a role in her concocted, made-up religion. And it is absolutely 100% made up. She was not supposedly discovering, some sort of hidden arcane thing. She just sort of crafted together a system. And one of the reasons Crowley liked her, I think, was because she was successful at doing that. In his cult, for example, when you graduate the higher levels, you then go on to create your religion. So it's actually a school for learning how to create a cult. And that's exactly what Blavatsky did. Now, if you doubt that that's the case, consider another member of the Fabian Socialists, this group that she was a part of that was really run by Lord Rothschild and Lord Milner and other people in these elite circles over 100 years ago of the British Empire. Note that we're still living through the ideas that they put forward, was the famous figure H.G. Wells. And we've covered H.G. Wells many, many, many times, but I think I've only mentioned this book once on the Fourth Hour, and I'm sure everyone's forgotten it. And I would venture to say that probably no one, maybe a handful of people in the audience, have actually read it, because H.G. Wells wrote a lesser known book. I can't believe we got a hold of this old copy too. This is probably a 100 years old copy, 1917 actually. I have a 1917 copy of God, the Invisible King by H.G. Wells. And H.G. Wells is talking about, as a high-level Freemason, high-level socialist, high-level Fabian socialist explicitly, what the religion of the future would be. Now, you might think, well, H.G. Wells, if he was like a Marxist socialist, he was an atheist, right? So he would say that the future religion is just science, or should I say science? But he doesn't say that. In fact, he says, no, there will be a religion of the future. It's just not going to be the religion of Western gods or Christianity or anything like that. He says, we will have a figure that we look to as our archetype or as our sort of deity. He doesn't say he actually thinks it's a real deity or not. He just kind of leaves that ambiguous. He says it's going to be Lucifer. Yes, Lucifer. The god of H.G. Wells is the Promethean figure that the future will worship, the god Lucifer.
No, you didn't.
That will be the age or the aeon that the Fabian socialist technocrats bring in, which will be an age of total one world government, one world religion, one world currency. And it includes massive depopulation for the good of the earth. And so if you're going to argue for the good of the earth, then you need some kind of earth-based religion or some sort of pantheistic type of religion, and that's exactly what her religion is all about. And that's, I think, why you see the pop stars, whether they know it or not, they don't have to know about Blavatsky and all this stuff. They have agents and handlers that essentially tell them what they're up to and what they're supposed to do, because they're corporate products that are owned. But they're corporate products that are pushing an overall agenda, an occult agenda that goes beyond just making money or MK Ultra or blackmail. None of that stuff is the end goal. The end goal is the erection of what H.G. Wells called the Luciferian era. And again, all of these books, they all say the same thing. Now, they're not all talking about the same topic, right? So if we read, Soldiers of Reason by Alex Abea, and Alex Jones did a lengthy interview some years back with Alex Abea, and I remember when he put that big long interview out, I went and bought this book and read the whole book, which is the history of the Rand Corporation. And Alex Abea wrote this as one of the few people who was allowed inside Rand Corporation to read and do an official book from the basis of their own texts and documents. So it's not a conspiracy book. You have to understand that. And essentially what he admits is that the Rand Corporation is one of the premier think tanks that really designed the 20th century and the 21st century that we're going into. So everything from Obamacare to American education system being dumbing down on people, to the Iraq War, to the tax system, to you think of it, mutually assured destruction, the Cold War. That was all thought out by the brainiacs and essentially the neocons, you could say, at the Rand Corporation. People like Alfred Wolfstetter and Herman Kahn. Also figures like Edward Teller, who were very instrumental in the creation of geoengineering. They were all working together on these projects that would eventually lead to the idea of how we would construct this specific world order. We've covered Kessler before many times, but we can't forget the importance of The Ghost in the Machine by Kessler, who was given the Order of the British Empire. He was supposedly a Hungarian Marxist who became somehow Order of the British Empire. A lot of Marxists ended up Order of the British Empire. And I think he committed together with his wife, right? So this is a very bizarre figure. But he was very liked by the Royal Society establishment elite. Again, these are the same people that are BFF with Jimmy Savile and Jeffrey Epstein. So this is telling you the type of people we're talking about. Not surprising that they would unalive themselves. But people forget that Kessler was very influential amongst these elites and said at the end of his book that we need to drug the food and the water, and we need to dumb people down, and we need to kill most people, because that's the only thing that's good for Earth and for the progression of evolution. See, people treat evolution as a religion. That's their religion. And he says that all the techniques that the CIA applied in terms of mind control will have to be used on a mass scale. So all of that MKUltra stuff is really about massive social engineering. And he says explicitly, there's the entire last chapter. You don't have to read this whole book. Just go read the last chapter, and it's everything that you hear all of us talking about. Now, he wrote this book in 1967, right? And this was a Royal Society produced text. So this tells you what the Royal Society's attitude and inner core beliefs are. Again, people find this hard to believe, but nobody goes and reads the actual text. That's what we do on my channel, and we've lectured through probably 70 of these over the last decade. No one else does this. No one else has the receipts like I do. And again, I'm not trying to say that I give proper credence to Alex, because Alex is the one that mentioned these books over the years. He was aware of this way before I was. But I went and got all the books and more, and went way deep into all of them, reading all of them, annotating all of them, doing lectures on all of them for the last 10 years. And yet my YouTube channel is still only at 200,000 subscribers. I would ask you, please, if you want this type of information, this type of data, if you want to get really deep into it, we have a lot of fun on my channel too. Go subscribe to my channel, Jay Dyer, on YouTube. I'm also on X and on Rumble as well. So be sure and click on all of those, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. Follow me, especially at X, because I've been multi-streaming now to X and all the different websites. But let's not forget the Jonas Salk. Remember Jonas Salk? Jonas Salk was the developer of today's so-called inoculation science that we have. And you might think, oh, well, if he, he cured polio and he did all these great things, right? Well, in 1972, and he's got another book he wrote too that I have that says the same stuff. He wrote a book called Survival of the Wisest. Now, what do you think he means by the wisest? He means the scientific priest class and the people with all the money. That's the wisest people. In other words, the wisest people are the people that have the radical worldview. In fact, he even says that for the good of the survival of the human race, meaning the elite, they're going to have to even experiment en masse on pregnant women. And he says we can do that through stabbies. It's amazing to me that you can have books like this written, and they've been out in the public domain for decades, admitting that they want to and will experiment on children, experiment on the public, creating mutations. All of this should be like Nuremberg level, like illegality, right? Isn't this all just crimes against humanity? And yet the people who advocate for crimes against humanity are the ones that are given the awards for greatest humans, or out of whatever these faking gay awards are. That's all psyops anyway, to give all these disgusting people these awards. But we also have books like Game of Nations, written by Miles Copeland, relative of Stuart Copeland, right? You probably heard of The Police, people like Stuart Copeland. Well, Miles Copeland was a high-level CIA operative, and he was stationed primarily in the Middle East. He spent time in Egypt, he spent time in Syria. And this book is fascinating because it really shows how the CIA does what it does and why it does what it does. Under the guise of consulting, they're really there to transition nation states into the long-term positions that the CIA, working at the best of the CFR and the Trilateral Commission, wants to see those nations transition into. So, for example, there's entire chapters in the book, which we lectured this book 10 years ago on my channel. There's chapters where he says, of course we arm radical Muslims. Yeah, duh, who doesn't know that? Of course we use false flag events. It's a classic technique. Just out of hand, just says it, yeah, absolutely, that's our strategy. But I think the most enlightening part of the book is his reading list at the back, which we've talked about many times, because a lot of people, again, they don't go into the text and look at the recommended reading, and they don't want to see the big picture. We're always focused on the here and the now. But Miles Copeland, back in, I think he wrote this book in the late 1960s, he says, if you want to understand what the CIA's long-term goals are, he says, read the CFR's reports, read the Rand Corporation's reports, and he says, read the writings of Bertrand Russell. Oh, that's all the stuff that I've been lecturing through, isn't it? So who else is out here saying this? Nobody. I mean, except for Alex and a handful of people, right? Who else is telling you, well, how about read some CIA books? Well, the CIA said in the 1960s, we're all these places, and that's why we are doing these regime change operations. Not in the immediate, but the long-term goal, he says, for Egypt is to do whatever we need to do in Egypt for 50, 100 years down the road, getting the population down. That's what he says. He says, ultimately, the Rand Corporation has written many white papers on how eventually to create a technocracy in all of these countries. So in other words, you got to regime change to get the country to where it's sufficiently industrialized to where you can then have the technocracy that gets the population down. It's amazing how candid they are in all of these books. You would be surprised, and that's why we do that on my channel, is that we lecture through these, as well as many other things. We do debates, we do comedic stuff. More recently, though, we're covering another Council on Foreign Relations member's book, Burton Hirsch. He wrote a book called The Old Boys, which is the history of the OSS and the CIA and the American oligarchical elite that run those organizations. So here's a person from the establishment writing a book about the history of the establishment, telling you how they do it, and yet we still have people who say that it's all a conspiracy theory, it's not real, it doesn't exist. But I suspect that the reason, for example, that I can't get any Roman Catholic academics to come debate me on the history of the papacy in the last couple centuries from a geopolitical perspective is because none of them actually read these books. You have people like Trent Horn, who goes on YouTube making videos downplaying the role of Epstein and ignoring the different connections that he has to the Vatican beyond just one email, and ignoring other high-profile super predators and occultists like Jimmy Savile, who were given the papal knighthood award by John Paul II, a supposed saint. All of that's downplayed and ignored, and Roman Catholics will not debate at a public level the geopolitical entanglements, which I think absolutely explain the actions of the papacy in the last century far better than the supposed infallible charism of Peter. Again, Trent Horn won't debate me or anyone else on the powerfully necessary topic of Vatican II statements about Islam and pagan religions and how they all work together in the plan of salvation. They won't debate any of that because they know that it's the death knell of their position. But they will go talk to Ben Shapiro or people from the Daily Wire about ridiculous topics. But note that none of these people will actually come and debate at a formal level these kill shots. Wonder why that is. Well, we know why that is. But beyond that, I think it's important to say that the goal was also explained by one of the top technocrats that you've all heard of. Of course, Alex has been talking about I first heard about Ray Kurzweil from Alex probably 20 years ago, maybe more, and from Jason Burmas probably 15, 20 years ago. And, he wrote this famous book called The Singularity is Near. And this is important because we're at this stage right now where the technocracy is literally rolling out. They don't necessarily have all the infrastructure everywhere in the world to have the technocracy. But I think the key places in the world where there might be significant opposition is precisely where they are beginning to roll it out. So particularly in the West, and particularly through means that would eventually, I think, lock down free speech. We just saw last week Bilderberg talking about AI, talking about Palantir type technology, people from Palantir there at Bilderberg, with the idea of eventually creating, and Kurzweil wrote these books, 20, 25, 30 years ago, rolling out the technocracy and what was coming by design. So that's the real goal. That's the real plan. And if you want to read about that, you can go to jaysanalysis.com and you can get my new book, Esoteric Hollywood 3, where I discuss all of this in detail. Signed copies in the shop.
So you had this motherfucker has a toolbox. It's not even a toolbox. He uses a bucket, a plastic paint bucket, as a toolbox. You can never find shit in the toolbox because it's a fucking dirty bucket. It's a messy ass dirty bucket. What a weird dude, man. It's so fucking fake. I could forgive. Well, I mean, I'm not a. Well, it's like as a person, man, why are you so fake, dude? Just be real, dude. Like, why are you so fake, bro? Jesus, it's like, God, what a fake ass phony, dude. There's always these fake ass dudes who cut your livelihood. Like, without a care, like, that would like, it's these fake ass nice guys. They're the most cutthroat narcissists. Oh, fucking so happy I'm out of there. Fuck, man. Fucking, what a weird ass fucking dude. So fucking fake. Just autistic as hell. Jesus Christ, dude. Just autism overload, dude. Fake ass motherfuckers. Fake ass motherfuckers. I should save it. I should save it. Process 126.
I think at the highest level, anything that has to do with space, anything that shows balls floating in space, no matter what the plot is, automatically gets greenlit.
Automatically faking gay and greenlit.
Totally, right? Just like any space movie, like it doesn't matter what the plot is. Like, is there fucking spaceships and balls in the background, and we're going from planet to planet? Go, just green light that shit, right?
Well, Kubrick's film also has giant phallic spaceships like entering into space and shooting out little seaman ships. Did you notice that? That's intentional.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is, nothing's bigger than Amazon, right? Amazon just... Right. Whoever's running Amazon, I know it's Jeff Bezos, but I bet the top 10 people in Amazon, they all go to the parties, right? They all, like, if you're at the top of Amazon, you're at the top of Coca-Cola, you're at the top of Time Magazine, you're invited to the parties.
You're at the butt parties, yes.
Oh, yeah, totally. And so, have you noticed the logo of Amazon is a dick?
Yeah, it's a dick. Absolutely.
How great is that?
You remember when he made that spaceship too? It was shaped like a penis and everybody were making jokes about it.
Yeah, like, how come no one talks about, like, how did they get away with that? It's supposed to be like, oh no, it's a smile or something, right?
No, a smiling dick. You know what the ethos is behind that? That's from Jack Parsons. Remember, because Jack Parsons talked about rockets. He was the student of Crowley. He's the father of the jet propulsion laboratory stuff, right? Yeah. So he talked about rockets actually being like little seamen that we are shooting off into space to impregnate the galaxy. That's his terminology.
Yeah. The whole Jack Parsons thing and JPL and I mean...
Well, that's the space program is again, it's like actually about sex magic.
Isn't it crazy that like Candace Owens is just discovering this and she's talking about it? Like it's crazy. Right. All into it. And everybody thinks she's crazy. Everyone's saying, okay, Candace Owens, she's lost her mind. She has some good points about, Trump or whatever, but she's talking about fake moon landings. Okay, she's fucking lost it. She's a kook. Candace Owens is a kook. Meanwhile, she's probably smarter than most of them.
Yeah, it's like, and she'll say some stuff I think is crazy. I don't think Charlie Kirk was a time traveler, and I don't think there was no Amazon technology that the CIA stole that quit working in 2012. But the other stuff she talks about is stuff the people in the conspiracy world have been talking about for a long time, especially anything to do with like sex magic, because in the Crowleyan view, for example, they think that when you're engaging in these rituals, you're tapping into entities in other dimensions that correspond to like constellations or the constellation Sirius, the Dog Star. Like that's what they think you're tapping into. So the whole idea of like aliens is directly out of like the Crowleyan ethos of contacting higher entities. So that's why these and a lot of the people in Hollywood are Crowleyans. I don't think Kubrick was a Crowleyan because I've talked to Vivian Kubrick a whole bunch. We had a long conversation on the phone the other day, actually, and I was asking her all about this stuff, and she wouldn't say anything about the esoteric stuff per se, but she said that her dad knew about that stuff. He was supposedly agnostic, didn't really have any perspective on it. I do think he was putting a lot of that symbolism and ideology in the film, though, because it's about monkeys becoming man and then man basically beating the robots to become one with the robots, if you read the rest of the Arthur Clarke series. And then men become gods through transhumanism. So that's also a bunch of esoteric gibberish.
Yeah, so, there's some movies that people think that, and they may be correct, but that they're put out to show you what they're doing so that they can do it karma free. As long as they tell you what they're doing and you accept it, they can do it, and there's no retaliation of some sort. Like I'm having trouble understanding that, but apparently that's part of like black magic. Like if you black magic is totally okay if you tell people you're gonna do it and they accept it, then you could do it. Can you explain a little bit of that?
So first of all, I don't think that everybody who believes in occult views has to accept that, because in the occult world, people can kind of craft the occult perspectives or their systems to be whatever they want. And a lot of the people who do that, for example, again, I don't mean to harp on Crowley all the time, but like in Crowley's system, you could go up the grades of his OTO, and then when you graduate from that, what you learn is to create your own religion. So it's actually a graduate school in creating a cult or a religion. That's why you see L. Ron Hubbard create Scientology after that. After he goes through that, you see Gerald Gardner, after he goes through Crowley's system, he goes and creates modern Wicca. So all modern witchcraft comes out of that. And other people as well. Jack Parsons studied that system, and then he tried to create his Babylon working out of the Crowley degrees. So they don't have to necessarily be committed to some system, because they think ultimately when they graduate that they're God. So if you're God, you're not bound by some rule that says you have to tell people what to do. However, I do think there is a tradition, there is an idea among some of those people. You could read somebody like Michael Aquino. I've read some of his black magic works, and he thinks that when you gaslight people like that on a large scale, you already kind of mind fuck them, and then they are more susceptible to receiving information and messages later on. Because you ever watch that movie? It's a great movie. That movie Gaslight? You ever seen that?
No.
You should watch that. This is an old 40s movie by a famous 40s director. His name's George Cukor. And he made that movie about this guy who starts dating this woman who has a bunch of wealth, but the guy's a con artist, and he basically rigs all of these scams and cons in this house that he's built to make her think the house is haunted, but it's all just fake. But what he's doing is he's driving her crazy. Like, he's stealing her stuff and hiding it and then putting it back, so she thinks she's going nuts. Yeah. So basically, gaslighting at that level, where they tell you things ahead of time, I think it just prepares people, it conditions people. It's part of propaganda as well, just on a propaganda level, not on a cult level, just basic propaganda. If you kind of lead people into this condition with that. But also, I think sometimes there's people who do believe in lesser magic, that they can sort of, again, just sort of mindfuck people by giving them ahead of time or gaslighting them ahead of time and then later rolling it out. So I think all those things are going on, and it kind of depends upon who the director is, how tied into Hollywood it is.
Oh my god, my brain isn't working again. Just like this, and the eye level, the eye level. Yeah, I mean, it'll be like that. Basically. No, I mean, that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, I get it. It's just, it'd be more like this. If anything. Eye levels like that. And he's so like. Shit. Yeah, of course it all makes sense. Player having trouble with the size. Like that. Yeah. Like that. That makes sense. So glad that shit's over with, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. So glad that shit is over with, man. these fake ass dudes. If I draw it too close, I draw it too small. Small. Just Jesus Christ.
Life and if you can't afford it, Africa, Thailand, go fuck yourself. People aren't fair. Life is very fair. People are terrible.
Yeah.
To sell water.
How did we buy into the water scam? Ronnie, I don't get it. As you drink out of a water bottle, by
Ronnie
the way.
Ronnie Bennington brought up a great point. He goes, "Who would have thought, like 20 fucking years ago or so, that we'd be getting free long distance phone calls and paying for water?"
That's amazing.
Like, that's something you never would have thought would ever happen. Free long distance calls, and you're paying for your water all the time.
And the fear. How many people drink out of a fountain?
Dude, when was the last time you fucking filled up a glass from your faucet?
I did. I fucking don't buy bottled water. Let me tell you something. I told you my refrigerator broke, the water part, which I was so proud of. Like, when you grow up poor, there's some things you go... Every time I get a glass of water out of my refrigerator, I just feel...
I
feel like I made it.
When you push the glass,
solid, though,
you push the glass in there.
Just a glass of water, and that ice thing works.
I still fill up through the refrigerator.
I fucking love the
New York
refrigerator.
City has some of the best water in the
It's delicious.
country.
It's fucking delicious.
I'm talking out of the refrigerator is one thing. Out of the faucet, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Old school, you just take a glass.
Yep.
Really? Haven't done that in... I don't know how long.
Why? Because you listen to people.
I got bottled water all in my refrigerator.
But why? Because you seem better than that to just listen to people tell you to drink.
Because
you
know
know
why?
water.
Anthony, it's fucking convenient as hell to grab a bottle and I'm out the door.
It's less convenient to turn your faucet on?
Yeah, it's right
Are you
there.
fucking joking?
What am I gonna do? I leave in the morning for work. I like ice cold water for my drive into work. So what am I going to do? Fill up a glass and put it in my console?
That's what you used to do.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of things.
Now you take this shitty water, which, by the way, the best bottled water are the ones, if you look closely, purified.
Oh, just purified
just
water.
Brita in a bottle. They just decided to bottle tap water that they but Dannon and Poland Springs sicken me.
I don't care. You know what the thing is? Here's my deal. It's not even the water itself.
Okay.
If somebody filled up bottles from the tap and put them in the refrigerator,
you drink that.
I would think that was the best fucking thing. What? It's the convenience of the bottle.
Why don't you just have a big cup with one of those coffee things with a little sip thing in there?
No, it's gotta be
put it on there.
I can't throw those at fucking cabbies when they like cut me off and then stop in traffic.
You're adding to the destruction of the planet, Anthony.
And wing that fucking bottle out the window.
We gotta live. We gotta live. What about your niece?
What's a bottle
What about the world for your niece?
They'll figure something out. We did.
You don't care.
We figured shit out.
You don't care about the beauty coming up.
You ever see the last Die Hard?
Yeah.
The last one?
Yeah, the last new one.
The new one.
Yeah.
Very good point that the kid goes, let somebody else do it. And he says, kid, you think there's somebody else? There's no one else.
No.
We gotta do it.
No, we don't.
There's nobody else.
Necessity gets things done. We don't have to do anything right now as far as the environment goes because I go outside, I'm not burning up. I'm not freezing cold. It's not 80 below when we go outside, and it's not fucking 120 degrees in the summer. But no, here it is.
But you're making the weather out to be... See, here's what we do wrong. We give everything human traits. This is where we fuck up. We give the weather human traits. Like, hey, I'm outside. The weather, you can walk outside, and then the world can decide to eat you.
Yeah.
As soon as you walk outside.
Exactly.
As soon as you walk outside, there could be some type of weird hailstorm, and the hail will kill you. So we give everything these traits like, hey, it's just today or tomorrow. That shit can just happen this second. So you got to be aware of it this second.
Let me give you a prime example of what I'm talking about. We live our lives on this planet as human beings, and we advance, we use our technology, we do this. Sometimes it fucks shit up, and then then the next generation can fix it. We're very adaptable human beings, so then they fix shit. Here's a prime example.
Where are all cell phones at right now?
Where the fuck are all those things?
Exactly.
They're in people's
He don't
drawers
give
and
a
shit.
fuck. You know where they're at? They're in
My
China.
drawers.
And they got some children out
and a
there,
big dump.
and they're picking out what's good for those phones, and the rest are just in a hole in China.
Oh well.
Why China?
Who else does anything?
China.
We can't bury him here in America.
You're not going to let me make my fucking point.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You're not going to let me make my point on a prime example of what happened in the past that proves my fucking point.
Okay, go ahead.
We farmed the Midwest to the point where we completely obliterated the topsoil.
Okay.
It was called the Dust Bowl. Okay. The entire middle of the fucking country turned into dust.
Okay.
And the wind blew and people fucking were dying. They left the Midwest. We could not farm the Midwest anymore. Do you think the people that did that fixed it? No. Over time, people realized, you know what we got to do? Crop rotation. Proper irrigation. We have to do, and people figured out how to farm the Midwest without fucking it up.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
They invented a company called Monsanto.
Monsanto.
Yes. That create what they call genetic modified shit.
They've done that too, but they had to learn how to rotate crops and irrigate and bring water from other areas. They fixed the problem.
They didn't fix it. They took one thing.
You look at the fucking flyover the Midwest. You look down. What do you see? Farms.
You ever see
round farms?
I'm sure you've seen The Matrix. Of course.
I love The Matrix.
The fucking, what is the guy's name? Agent
Smith.
Who's just like
Mr.
the
Anderson.
explanation of people. The explanation of what we are. We go someplace. And we multiply.
You even help your landlady take out her garbage.
we're the worst. We take it, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's such a great thing. I gotta go home and get it. But we take everything. We go to some place.
Yeah.
We multiply. We take from that. Every other thing is at harmony with their environment. Mm-hmm. We fuck until there's so many of us that we have to move on to take and fuck and destroy the next thing.
Things compensate.
We're viruses. So when you come and you take water, irrigation means you take something and you put it somewhere else.
We reroute it.
Then the other thing is fucked up now. We're not harmonious.
We didn't need that
We're
other thing.
destructive.
The other thing, getting water, wasn't as important as putting water
an African.
where we can putting water.
Fucking asshole.
We figured it
fucking
out.
kid somewhere.
That's why the Midwest doesn't have
I
a
knew this
little
would get
fucking
racist.
naked kid sitting there with
Of course,
flies running around his head.
there's a
We
pipe
figured it
running
out.
from Guatemala to fucking Idaho somewhere.
In fucking Zimbabwe, we figured out how to get some water.
In Zimbabwe?
Let Zimbabwe figure out how to pipe some water in, and perhaps there would be a little kid with
You
flies on his
can't
head.
be like this,
No,
man.
I'm like this.
You're not going to change him. Give up on him.
It comes
Talk
from
to
the
others.
Colorado River. First of all, the Colorado River feeds Los Angeles. There would not be a Los Angeles if we didn't figure out how to take water from the Colorado River and pipe that shit right in. There would be a desert where Los Angeles is right now. But we figured out how to pipe that shit in. We know how to do things. From the Colorado
Where?
River. Colorado River.
What about the Colorado River
It's
now?
done the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon's done. It don't need the water anymore.
And it's
Yeah, if it keeps digging, it's going to split the earth in half.
so awful.
gotta
That
stop.
thinking is so bad, Anthony. It's so wrong.
No, it's fantastic that we can do this stuff. What's so wrong about it? We're just another life on here, on this planet, but we figured out how to change things into metal and fucking, we take dirt, rocks, air, wood, and fucking mix them all together and make flying machines.
Make
We're
things
amazing.
that aren't harmonious with the earth.
Why does it have to be?
Because we live here.
Why does it have to be harmonious?
It does.
If the earth
Because
decides we
everything
don't,
else-
if the
everything
earth
else-
fucking decides we shouldn't be here
Why
anymore,
are we the
believe me,
only
we
animals?
won't be
Why are we
here.
the only animals on Earth, right?
Yeah.
That kill, but it's called murder.
Mm-hmm.
It's because we kill without harming. We don't kill for reasons. We the only motherfuckers that do shit frivolously because we feel like it. We don't do it because we have
'Cause
to.
we're top
We
of
don't
the
do it for the
fucking
right
pyramid.
things. That doesn't have anything to do with doing the right thing and doing the wrong thing.
Your right thing and wrong thing is based on what? This fucking morality
On
that we have
conjecture, it's just
as
based
a
on
fucking-
feeling.
This
Having a fucking feeling.
This morality that's been fucking what feeling?
It's just based on having humanity.
But we don't.
And I
jump
hate
out-
having humanity.
We
but
don't
I
jump
have
out
it.
and grab like another fucking guy by the throat with your teeth and shake him.
We're blowing up the moon. What the fuck for? Do you understand?
Yeah, what did the moon
Why
do
are we
to us?
doing this?
We're seeing if there's water there.
For what reason?
Because
so we
if-
can go up
if-
there and destroy that.
If there's a future where we decide to go there and build a moon base,
Because
they
what,
can get-
Anthony?
because we can't live on Earth anymore.
Exactly.
Because we destroyed
Why
it.
the fuck
That's
do we
it.
need to think about leaving Earth?
Yeah, that's the only reason.
I'll tell you
Why
why.
are we going to
Patrice's
Mars?
point.
Why are we going to Jupiter?
We have to
Because
colonize
there-
all these places
Because
as human
there
beings.
could be possible resources to use there.
To destroy. You know
On
what we
Earth.
are? We're the Independence Day aliens without spaceships.
Fucking Patrice.
We're the worst.
Simplifies everything.
All we do
Perfect.
is take until there's nothing left. And there's only a few people that know that there's not a lot. Let me tell you, man, this is, again, to not divulge or digress.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Right now, this is at the top of the conspiracy theory ladder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's people are having tough times thinking. I read an article that said, "How do we stop global warming?" It's in England, and whoever the Surgeon General person over there, she says, by using condoms, right, to stop having people be around. We're at the point that we're sucking up the world dry so much that the plans is to kill people that don't need to live.
Yeah.
Because there's too many of us. And all we do is take, that we have to now go, okay, we're not thinking about stop taking, we're thinking about killing people and making them take fucking vaccinations and shit. So, and a doctor was telling my woman, she went to the doctor and the doctor there said, the fucking H1N1 flu shot, can't get it if you're an old person. Can't get it if you're in your 60s or 60s.
I think that's crazy because they're some of the first people that get it because the elderly
They
and
don't
children.
get it.
Yeah, I read that too.
The fucking elderly have to die from this shitty whatever they're gonna do.
The Earth itself. Let me. The Earth itself takes care of things like overpopulation. It fucking just naturally takes care of it. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Fucking there are some places on Earth where the populace cannot sustain themselves. There is starvation. There is horrible living conditions, and bingo, it is the fucking petri dish of disease that then kills a lot of people to keep them in check, so there isn't more people starving.
This
and
is shocking
fucking,
that you're saying this.
but that's what nature does.
That's not natural.
This is people not plagues aren't fucking natural.
Let me ask you a
plague
question.
that comes up and kills fucking millions of people.
Let me ask you,
thins the herd.
If water just stopped pumping to your house,
Yeah.
and something happened where your car stopped, you couldn't get to anywhere. There was no stores within 10 miles.
Oh boy.
No water,
Yeah.
no gas, no nothing. Okay? How the fuck would you stop yourself from being some shitty third world person? What would you do?
I'm not
what do you
saying
know how to do to keep yourself alive if the conditions aren't if some dictator decided that I'm gonna fucking just murder people and people gonna live in shitty conditions? What the fuck would you do?
I personally am a pretty good survivalist, but I'll tell you something. This nation would be fucked. We're a bunch of spoiled motherfuckers. I can't see this nation marching somewhere as refugees. We just would look silly in fucking designer shoes and everything else.
That's close to being kind of what we're doing, man. You see how much they're saying the dollar's going down. What the fuck if Obama, of course we hate to have it happen and be the black dictator African guy, but if that's going to happen, if that happens and it's like, well, this is what's going to be, or genocide, or FEMA camps, by the way, where they just put people where the president can lock you up and not have a reason to lock you up and keep you there. All that shit we learn on CSI just doesn't exist no more. They just say the law is just like, shut the fuck up, this is what's going to happen to you. Look at what happened to fucking, Katrina.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers, we're not third world, but it became third world real fucking fast.
That was a clusterfuck. Yeah, that was a clusterfuck.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, why isn't, you saying it's God over there, but it's a clusterfuck here?
Who made the fucking hurricane? No one made Katrina to fucking, we were responsible for that?
But that's what I'm saying, that's all it takes. It takes
I'm agreeing with you.
The Sahara Desert, all it takes is, at some point, 10 million years ago, it used to be a lot of shit, and a lot of rain.
Yeah.
And at some point, there ain't no more rain.
You don't think that's natural?
But that's not so that you die.
Maybe it is. Maybe that's nature.
Fair enough, I can't argue maybe it is.
A check and balance. It's hard to argue maybe it is.
You can't argue that.
It's impossible to argue maybe it is. Balance. It's a check and balance. But how much we fuck?
Why not?
For how much we argue the Earth. For how much we supposedly fuck the Earth fucks us right back with volcanoes, tsunamis, earthquakes, tornadoes, thunder and lightning, fucking hurricanes, floods. We're constantly, hundreds of millions of people are getting killed by this planet. The planet kills people. The planet kills.
But is that selective?
No, it's random.
It's just random.
It's random, but
random shit.
But it keeps things in check. It keeps, the population. We'll fucking tsunami 250,000 people off the face of the earth over here in Southeast Asia. Fuck it.
But what kills me is why can't we? There's enough. This is what gets me. There's enough for everybody. There's enough shit for everybody to have a goddamn home. No. There's enough shit for everybody to have a goddamn hamburger.
You're thinking
There's just
America.
Enough.
You're thinking too American.
In the world, there's just enough shit.
There are places in this earth, and I'm talking about...
Name a place where someone hasn't been living for 50 million years or whatever.
I'm talking a place like Sub-Saharan Africa.
People live there.
Sub-Saharan Africa is an awful place.
But people live there.
They don't live there. They fucking exist there. But living is inventing.
In a big house.
No, I'm talking fucking tribal shit that's still going on. People hacking each other apart with machetes.
Oh my
Why is that still happening? In this year, in this fucking day and age.
That's why I always say, that point is something I thought about too, which is like black people always trying to kind of find Africa, and I go, I go, Africa gave us the worst things about us.
Horrible.
Black on black crime is from Africa.
It's horrible.
It's like the idea that I would chop another nigga up
with a
machete came right from Africa, man.
Absolutely. It's just a horrid place. I can't understand.
I really hate to agree with a white guy. Africa stinks. Not interested in Africa at all. But still the humanity of it, though. There's children. There's a lot of humanity that we lack. And I'm just saying, look, and I'm not just talking about philanthropy. I'm talking about like a company like Procter & Gamble, dude, that just has its fingers on. If I hated Procter & Gamble, you know what? I'd be third world. If I boycotted Procter & Gamble, I'd be like, hold the fuck up.
Yeah, I need that shit.
I'll stink. I'll starve. Yeah. My house will be full of vermin. It's one of those companies like, you can do the right thing. You have enough. We have enough. Okay, people talk about communism and socialism. Yeah. These ideas, there's nothing wrong with them. It's the people who get their hands on these ideas. The idea of communism where everybody's doing
very
okay.
Idealistic.
The idea of that is beautiful. But the people who execute it are terrible.
I'll agree with you on that one.
Let's give me a break. Everybody should be... Danny had a sandwich over
here. Man,
you had your oatmeal. Why the fuck? Is there an oatmeal shortage? Why the fuck can't we all have some oatmeal? I know this sounds crazy, but what the fuck? Why are there people fucked up?
Without oatmeal, there's people starving.
That seems like an easy one to give everybody. Let's give the world oatmeal.
Over here at PAX eat oatmeal on purpose. They go in, let me get and there's tons of oatmeal. Tons of it. Right. An African really would appreciate
a little oatmeal.
A little oatmeal with some butter in it.
So let's spread the oatmeal.
I know I sound like we are the world, but it's just, come on, man.
Logistics, huge problem, and you're right. People fuck it up, and we do send a lot of aid over there as far as food goes.
No, we don't send a lot of aid. We pay dictators. This is what we do.
But those
we pay dictators for their land to kill somebody. They go, look. Henry Kissinger is a motherfucker.
We are not fucking...
Here's $30 million, Ugamba. John Ugamba. I love their first name is always Harold and then their last name. Harold Ben Bequet. Here you go, dude. Here's what we need you to do. We're going to help you overthrow this pussy-ass motherfucker. Okay? We're going to help you kill him because he loves the people. This is why they want, who's the dude in
that real badass motherfucker.
Not Lula, but who's the motherfucker in Argentina? Come on.
Oh, fucking.
That they all hate.
Yeah, that guy.
Anyway, they hate him because he loves Chavez.
Of course.
He loves his people. We don't need people around that love their people. We need people that go hit. Look, this is why they hate Chavez. Hey, nigga, here's $1 billion good old US dollars. Give us all your oil. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to loan it to you. We want you to default on the loan, okay? And at the same time, we need you to kill a whole bunch of your motherfucking people. Now, here's what you do. You keep our money. The loan default, we own your land now. We get your resources. And you kill a bunch of your goofy-ass people for it. How's that sound? And these goofy motherfuckers in Africa, yes. Chavez is like, no. That's why they hate that motherfucker. You don't never hear him hating motherfuckers who kill... Idi Amin never had. They did a movie about him. He was wonderful. Forrest Whitaker was wonderful. That nigga killed 400,000 people, chopped them up, because he makes deals.
Yes.
They make deals. And I'm saying at the end of the day, these motherfuckers go in and they don't give aid. They're not saying help your people. They're saying, Mr. Dictator, do this for us. You get this money, and when shit go down, we're going to give you a nice jet plane over to a nice third world tropical country that's really not third world. That's what we do. We're not helping the fucking planet.
No, look, what about the countries that don't even have a set up government, that have been in civil war with each other in Africa for years? You're talking fucking civil war. Zimbabwe is a good example. Fucking the Congo, whatever it's called now.
They have leaders?
No, they're warlords.
Yes, dictators.
They're warlords.
Horrible motherfuckers.
And they're not even defined borders anymore. They're territories, and the people are fucking starving and dying. And whenever we bring aid in, it's taken by the warlords, and then
sold on their black market.
When we bring this is what I'm saying. When the American government, our soldiers,
I mean, European,
our fucking anybody in a developed country, soldiers come in and give these people food. The motherfuckers just go. We drop it off at FedEx.
Yeah.
Take care of the food, enjoy, and they know a warlord's coming to take the food.
Oh,
it's horse
well,
shit.
Sorry, wait. We tried in one country to actually make sure the food gets to the people. Sent troops over there to make sure that the warlords didn't take the food. It was called fucking Somalia. That's the only reason we were there. We weren't there to fucking do anything but help the people get their fucking food from the warlords and get that warlord out of there to fucking so the people would actually get food. We got fucked so bad, we turned tail and ran our asses out of there.
Why don't we? If this,
Somalia is still a fucking mess.
And now you just made something that makes a lot of sense to me. Why don't we? And this goes to what we're doing now. This is what I mean. All the shit we do. That we're just being told, because really, me and you having a conversation based on what we feel, not what we know.
Yeah, that's true.
And at the end of the day,
it's a little bit of what
at the end of the day, Afghanistan. I don't know. We're there to try to protect the world from something.
Yeah.
But if you say we're there delivering food to the people, and we have 50,000 troops over there in Somalia, delivering food to people, and we're fighting warlords so that we can feed the people, that's a hell of a reason to fight a war. But we don't fight wars over that. I don't know why we're in Afghanistan, and I still don't know why Iraq. What the fuck is that now?
Iraq is.
That's what I'm saying.
Something completely different.
So this is what I mean. This is something. It's just something's fucked up.
But Clinton did send troops to Somalia so that they could feed the people. That's what they were there for.
Hawk down niggas.
That was
Six
the fucking
motherfuckers
thing.
with knives. You got more rockets.
Exactly. That's the fucking thing. It's always underpowered because he didn't want it to look like we were doing this overwhelming display of force. When in the meantime we should have had an overwhelming display of force over there. But
that's a reason
it becomes very political. Then that's what's happening in Afghanistan right now. We're there because the Taliban sets up Al Qaeda training camps, and this isn't conspiracy. This is what's been done. They set up Al Qaeda training camps. No, this is what happened. When we went in there and killed off the Taliban right after 9/11,
and then
they were in charge of the motherfucker.
These, what are they? The Boy Scouts? They just came back together.
Yeah.
This is what. When did the Taliban, with us there, get more powerful than when we weren't there?
I don't want to say why. But I might say there's a weaker fucking president in the White House right now. There's a weaker president. I might say that interrogation tactics have been taken and
I'm taking the rest of the morning off.
And the CIA and FBI now have to worry if they're going to be convicted if they smack a guy around to get some information out of him. What? No. Oh, like that doesn't have some effect on how a war is fucking fought. When Obama's got to sit and accept his Nobel Peace Prize while a commander is sitting there going, I need more fucking guys. And he goes, I'm thinking about it. Don't think about it. Give your commander what he needs to fight a fucking war.
What are they fighting?
The Taliban. They're fighting that whether this... Look, I'm not saying this is good, bad, and different. I don't know whether this will work, whether it's good or not.
Right.
But if you're going to commit to a war, commit to a war. If you're not, get the fuck out.
Right.
One or the other. If your commander is telling you, you want me to fight this war? I need this. You give him this. He knows better than you do.
But it's hard to fight a war when you're fighting a concept. See, that's what we're not fighting a people. This is what I mean. The Taliban is not a fucking force.
Right.
Terrorism is like saying we're gonna fight ugly.
They were
I'm gonna fight fat.
They were pretty much the government of Afghanistan, the Taliban.
Right.
They ran fucking shit there. There were beheadings in the soccer stadiums, all that
and
shit.
And they used to go, hey, and they used to be dealt with as the government.
Right.
Now they're dealt with as an army force.
Right.
That aren't this is what I'm saying. You need more soldiers to do what?
But we you know what it is? We don't have an answer for that, which is fucked up. There isn't an answer to...
But we have a solution for something that we don't even have a question to, that don't have an answer, but we have the solution, more motherfuckers.
I'll agree with you. No, if you're going to fight something, you need more motherfuckers or you need to get out.
And why can't... Here's the thing. And again, I'm politically, man, I'm not going... Obama's the greatest, and he's a president. He's the GM of this country.
Right.
It's not going to change. The next motherfucker, whoever that is, I think it's going to be the young
Young Republican.
That young white boy. He's the only. What is his name? The preacher. Come on, man.
Oh,
come on. Good looking guy, preacher from Houston. They're trying to get. Oh, come on, man.
We'll get it in a second.
Damn. Anyway,
I'm lost.
So he'll take Obama's place, but it's not like this is Obamaville that we live in. This is what kills me. This is not Obama town. It's not like after he's finished, the next guy's gonna have to repaint the United States back to the color it was when he's running this shitty country, and he's doing. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he's doing what presidents do. It's not like after Bush, and I'm not even blaming Bush because it's like, well, Bush did this. Bush did what presidents do.
But he fucked up severe too with Iraq. Complete fuck up. That Iraq debacle.
But the Iraq, there was no debacle. It was a bunch of shitty motherfuckers who wanted to rob people. They went in they needed a reason to go into Iraq, and they went there. And not to go that far back, but the Obama thing. Why wouldn't it be smart to have a president, right? And this is what they need him for, by the way. A president that's not an old white man. Okay. Now, if you send me the third, if me and you, all of us are going discussing things like, hey, you know what? We need to start going and make friends with some of these motherfucking brown people. Okay. Joel Osteen is his name, by the way. That's the next president. That's the motherfucker that's going for
Osteen.
Joel Osteen. Watch.
Interesting.
So if we have bad relationships and we're trying to change this idea because the world is becoming the world. It used to be the United States of America, very inclusive, very xenophobic. Yeah. Fuck the rest of the planet. Now everything's outsourced. We got to deal with a billion Indians, a billion Africans, a billion Spanish. We got to deal with that.
We also flew in and saved the shit out of a lot of situations back in the day.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it was righteous, but at the end of the day, look, if we're gonna make apologies to countries that have other than white people in it, we have to have an other than white guy going around making these apologies.
No, sure,
this is a government plan. Obama can't do shit. It's like, look, America is Burger King or McDonald's, dude. The GM of a fucking McDonald's can't just do anything he wants. The president cannot do anything he fucking wants to.
I think you're cutting him a little too short as far as what he can or can't do.
You think there's a bunch of people, he's like, this nigga's sitting there. First of all, he said, fuck the Cambridge police, right? They said, fuck you back. He had these niggas over there for a cup of tea. So that tells you what the fuck this country thinks of the black president. That the HNIC has to apologize to a fucking racist cop?
Racist cop? He just went there to fucking check out.
Listen, let's not even get into that because, again, racism's just like Bigfoot. I know, we think it exists.
Yeah, perish the thought a cop shows up with a fucking burglary call. Oh, that son of a bitch racist. Wow, he actually got a call.
Ready?
That a burglary is in progress. He shows up. There's some guy at the fucking house.
You know what? You win.
Starts mouthing off to him.
I'm gonna tell you
what a prick.
I'm gonna tell you something. You win that conversation because it's hard to know. See, as a black man, I would want somebody to check on my house if somebody was coming.
Yeah,
as a guy that owns the house, I want somebody the police to come and check me, and I go, hey, thanks, man, for coming.
Lippy to
but at the end of the day, it's so hard for me to go, you're racist, without you going, yes, I am. So you can do shit to me, and I'm black. Like, you shoot a motherfucker 51 times, and he's black. You go, that's racist. You go, nah. I shoot a white guy 51 times, too. Like, it's hard to have that fucking conversation. So at the end of the day, look, Obama cannot make he can't just go, hey, everybody, suck my dick. I'm going to Poland. Like, you can't do that.
Well,
it doesn't exist.
I agree with you, Patrice.
I agree with the suck my dick part.
The president
just doesn't have that type of power anymore.
Thank you.
I really believe that
he's
too.
An image. He's a worldwide tool for America to start being friendly with people who ain't white.
You're saying that Obama's like a Dave Thomas.
What's that?
He's just kind of out there.
Dude. If I'm an African prime minister,
Dave Thomas
if I'm Asian, even though Asians don't like us that much, But people hate old white men. You're the image, that Uncle Sam image with the and the dead white guys on the dollar. People are being fed up with white people around the globe. They are.
Oh, the poor old white people that invented a lot of shit and fucking like built up these civilizations, fucking engineered some of the greatest fucking things. What do you think?
Are you saying civilization started in 1619?
No, I'm talking about wonderful things like the Roman fucking Empire
that crumbled.
Yeah, I'm not saying things last forever, but the technology that came out of that.
Out of what? Toilets? They didn't do shit.
While sub-Saharan Africa was fucking exactly the same as it is right now. How about inventing a wheel? For fuck's sake, a wheel! Christ, not a pony, a wheel.
Jesus.
Fuck. Yeah, they're bringing aqueducts. They were bringing fucking water 1,000 miles so they could have running fucking baths and fuck each other in the ass.
Just sweating. I'm sweating because
it's actually hot in here.
It is? Okay.
But I was just... The Dave Thomas thing was hammering your point home. Like, Dave Thomas was the face of Wendy's, but did he do anything, actually?
But that's what I'm saying. What
so
did...
Obama's the face,
Obama can meet
the face of
with
America, but does he do a lot of stuff? Or is there a lot of other people behind the scenes doing a lot of the...
This is what fucks me up about the news and this and that. Why the fuck don't they go... Why don't they just go... It's the government. Like... Oh, why would Obama, as a name, get so much pressure?
Administration.
Fair enough.
He appoints people.
We should have an understanding that it has nothing to... He appointed... Let me tell you who's in his office. It's Clinton's office.
No.
It's Clinton's.
His fucking attorney general.
And it's Rahm Emanuel. And these fucking people, Anthony, at the end of the day, you know that the government has nothing to do with Obama. It's the same shit.
But let me tell you something. I believe one of the biggest things he did was his appointment of the Attorney General, who, by the way, is very radical,
right?
Very left wing, and can absolutely affect this country internally as far as our laws go.
So, a radical left wing person, what would be their agenda? Like, would you be afraid of what a radical left winger would
personally, my Second Amendment right, I really...
Take away the guns?
Yeah, I don't like that whole thing.
I've changed my views on a lot of that shit.
Getting a little loose on crime. When you have an attorney general in there that's a little tougher on crime, maybe we're not as apt to have criminals back out on the street so quickly.
I mean, let's be honest. Plexico Burris is going to jail for 2.5 years.
Anyone would have,
for
by the way.
Shooting his leg.
It was
and the fact that anyone would.
You're right. I don't
agree
with that. I don't agree with that at all.
That's all. Some of these things. Look, everybody who commits a crime shouldn't go to jail.
No, I agree.
I mean, that you know what I mean?
Weed, shit like that, just stop.
Yeah, send them motherfuckers to jail for years for that shit.
Underage sex, stop.
Yeah, please.
Please lower the age.
Yeah, what the fuck? Come on. The girls are maturing earlier these days.
We should take a break. We gotta take a break because we gotta get into the Australian TV show thing, man.
Oh wow! Well, this is absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Patrice picked a great day to come in. You had a bunch of guys trying to do a little Jackson 5 bit on Australian TV, and there's a lot of outrage. Have you seen the video yet?
What's Australia's fucking up? No.
Australia
is it now?
Well, we've heard that Australia is very racist.
You heard?
Yeah.
Shit.
And I think
Jim Jeffries told us, right?
Jim Jeffries was
I know. They're very racist.
And Harry Connick Jr. is involved. It's a good little story.
Oh,
could be the story of the day, Patrice.
Okay.
Harry Connick Jr. First of all, well, we'll get into it, but
yeah,
I got my opinion on poor Harry Connick Jr. Wasn't he in Independence Day? Why is he a judge on an Australian Gong Show? Motherfucker.
Marcel from Rhode Island. Opie, after all this political talk, you compare Obama to Dave Thomas. He goes, Marcel goes, I can't wait to see you on Fox News. I was just going with the CEO concept that Patrice started. So I was just trying to give an example of what Patrice was getting
You know
at.
how funny that is? The funny part is, me and you are like, socialism, suck a dick. And Obi goes, it's kind of like Dave Thomas. Oh my God. Oh,
No, just that you got these CEO guys like fucking Jim Cook. He doesn't make beer anymore, but he's the face of Sam Adams. That's all I was trying to get at.
He's the niggas Bottle and James guy.
Right, there you go.
He's the nigga Bottle and James just sitting on the porch.
Holy shit. And someone else saying Dave Thomas did run Wendy's and create it. Yes, I understand that, but later in his life, he just sat back and let everyone else do everything. That's what I'm getting at. But when
We get the context.
Thank you. I don't know if it was a good one, but I was
I mean, we
trying.
get the context. You're allowed to have a mistake during context.
Oh, really?
All the time.
I guess you don't listen to the show.
All the time.
No mistake goes.
Yeah, we're not allowed to have
We're not allowed to have one mistake. He's sort of like.
I was just trying to get in there. Jesus.
The bottles and James.
Remember those fuckers?
Oh my God. You trying to say that the president's on the porch? Oh, here we go. That's not what I meant. Oh, shit, man.
All right.
Yeah, let's take a little breather and then we'll.
Yeah, you know what? Norton was on Leno. We haven't even discussed it. He fucking killed last night.
Yeah.
Gave us great exposure. Big Opie and Anthony sticker on his set.
Yeah, it's great.
A WoW sticker, a picture of Stalker Patty. He did everything right for the show. Fucking Jim Norton rules. Just in case you missed it.
Show with Patrice O'Neal.
I'm not dressing young. I wore a lightweight cotton T-shirt.
They're beyond
because I
crow's
knew
feet.
I'd be.
This bitch over guy like a big goddamn hawk and make a guy.
I'm sorry.
listen.
I forced conversation on
Go ahead, finish your thought.
Hi. I'm sorry, you're wrong. I
Why am I
don't force
wrong?
conversation on people. You do. I mean, coming from you,
Yeah.
that's absurd.
But I know what I'm saying is infinitely more interesting.
I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because I actually,
Exactly.
not only do I have something, here's something you do to a woman that will work 99.9% of the time. If she says, here's what I think, all you have to do to combat her is go, why? She never has the thought that actually is the purpose for her thought. She just has a thought, but there's never a reasoning. Guys always have a reasoning behind what we're saying.
You always know that you're going to be questioned. That there's a possibility that if you make a statement, you will be questioned about why you said that or why you feel that way.
You're very defensive. You're like there's constantly a battle.
I need to
with
be.
females.
Yes.
In that.
Yes. Who the fuck else is going to do it if I don't? Who? Who's going to tell you to shut the fuck up if I don't?
That's a good point. I just, the woman.
That's a good point. Yeah. Because you know what? Women's
The
comfort
woman
zone
that
is
you're talking about, the woman with the bad thing,
The women.
the
that I'm
woman
talking about.
that you would go out with.
Yeah.
This is an insecure thing to do. Now, my point, why is this woman in bed with a guy that is that insecure about? I mean, that woman did not know if you loved her. That was her thing. She was insecure.
Kathleen, talk about the guy, the goofy guy that you said was so sweet that you dumped him because he wanted to have kids. Remember when we were talking about...
That's not me.
Yes, it was you. You said it was a guy, he's a doctor or something.
Tap into the personality that should be on the show.
There was a guy that you said wanted kids and you couldn't give him what he wanted. So,
Okay,
you know what I'm talking about?
Kids, but yeah,
or whatever, your career.
He was a doctor.
Now wait, what's the point of the story though? What's the point for you to get ready to say this story? What point is
This was not an emotional thing though.
The point is that you said what you said. You said that you left him alone. You really liked him. You said you really loved him, but you let him go because you loved him and you couldn't give him what he wanted, which is crap. bottom line is, if you love somebody, you're
Wait,
willing
let
to
her tell
give-
the story, though.
you're-
Dante. Let
all
her
right,
tell
all
the
right.
story.
It's a very basic thing. We were
Say the story.
together. What he really wanted was, you know, to be married and have a different kind of life than when I was leading. He's like a doctor, gets up at 6.
Mm-hmm.
I'm running around doing comedy. And
Okay.
ultimately, it's not going to work. This is not a guy out looking to get laid or whatever.
Okay.
This is what he wants. He's at the point of his life where he wants to settle down.
Alright.
He has his career, and it just didn't work out. That's it. There's
didn't
no,
work out 'cause of what?
there's no bed thing where the TV.
I'm not saying that.
We watch TV in bed a lot. There was never issues with that.
Wait, this is what, hold on, Kathleen. Hold on a second. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Now, you think that you had a reason behind that, but let me tell you what the reason was. The reason was insecurity. Now, you left him because this is why. Because you left him because you didn't have, you wanted to have, it's like, it's a fear of success. It's that self-destruction thing, that self-degradation thing, where you control. And I've done this a lot of times. I'm a bridge burner. I'm a professional bridge burner. And burning bridges is basically when you feel like you are like a little nervous. Like, say Opie says, hey yo, you want to come do this radio show? And I am scared out of my balls, right? I come here, I do something to try to fuck up this radio show, but on my terms. Not
Right.
come in here and face
Give it a shot.
No,
face
I
the stress of maybe sucking, but gave it a good try. You were scared of failing in that relationship on his terms, not living up to the doctor. Because you said, why would you have to say he was a doctor? You know why? Because that puts him at a social level that you might. I'm a lowly comic. He's a doctor. He wants certain things that I can't give him. So instead of giving it a shot and maybe giving him certain things, you said, fuck it, I'm out of here. Because you was afraid of losing it on his terms because you're a girl.
But Patrice, couldn't it just be the logistics of it? It would
No.
be like, okay, well, I'll be done at 10. I'll call you. It's 10:15. I call, he's asleep.
Yeah.
I wake him up, he's a little pissed.
Yeah.
I
'cause
get there, it's 11:30.
Does that sound like
Well,
neediness?
doesn't he get a chance?
It's
Doesn't he
like,
get a
why,
chance to say?
why bother? Why not just...
Doesn't he get a chance
Yeah.
to say what he'll
And
put up
let-
with?
yeah.
Like, if you give it a shot and you give all you could give, doesn't he get a chance to say what is enough or what's not enough?
I just
But
don't-
you
why
made the
difficult?
decision
You know,
for
it's
him.
not-
You bailed on it before him instead of saying, this is what I got to give, is that enough? And he could have said, hey, you know, it's not enough for me, and then you would have went each other's separate ways.
Well, what about you? You're married.
What about me?
Yeah, well, describe your marriage.
I met my lady. I was a male stripper for 11 years. I met my.
People don't, that's one of his lines. That's one of the 40 lines.
I met her.
And wait, you have to let him know. Not only was you a male stripper,
I
he
was
was the male stripper,
male stripper.
of this fucking in the tri-state region. And don't forget.
You were the number one.
He was the
Exactly.
nigga taking off his clothes.
God, I had no idea.
See, there's a lot you don't know about me.
Ah, that old pussy's waking up, huh? Something else is sweating besides those underarms there. Fucking.
I met her stripping.
Really?
I met her stripping.
Okay, she was like a customer. And
No,
you were...
she was stripping and I was stripping.
Oh, well, that's kind of hot. A stripper couple. Is she? Oh man.
You know what? Stop talking to her. Kathleen's nervous. She's just babbling now. Relax. Take a
That's
break. We're gonna
kinda
take a
hot.
call in a minute. Because I can feel you. Trust me, everybody. Kathleen Roll is fucking amazing when she's not under a little bit of pressure. She feels a little pressure, and I'm gonna say she's amazing. But calm down because she's like, wow. She's back and forth. She's like, yeah, that's hot. And she has 14 personalities. Don't worry about it. We're trying to figure out which one. But she's fucking amazing. But she's like, I don't. This is what. See, this is what is great about her. She's perfect to have in here because, like every other woman, no man challenges her dumb statements. Like she'd just make a statement and go, ah, and then a guy go, okay, I want to fuck you, so I'll just listen to your horse shit. And you'll go, and you'll go, you know what, baby? Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna take our first call for the what? Take a break. Take a break? Really? Regroup. And then come back and take calls? And then do a lot of phone calls when you get back. Oh, that's how you do it? All right. God, I think God is white.
Take a short break.
Yeah, we're gonna take a short break.
The phones are lit, and you'll take phone calls from the listeners.
We're gonna take a short break.
About their relationship problems.
Phone
How's
call.
that sound?
There you go.
All right.
We'll be back in whatever.
More with the Black Phillip after the Chris O'Neill, a 2-hour relationship show.
You're never gonna meet a girl whose hymen ain't broken.
You mumble-mouthed, fat-tongued mongoloid.
It's the whole truth.
People are calling you the Black Dr. Phil.
With Patrice O'Neill.
Bad, like, retard Steve.
Fuck me, love me, feed me. That's what you do.
Oh, I wanted to fight his face when he said that.
Dopey smile.
I'm a good man.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now, just take that bitch by the back of her head. Smash it into the bathroom sink.
Being as Marvin Gaye, this segment should be about relationships with one's father.
Oh, yeah.
2 fathers.
Oh, sit her on top of the stove while it's on. Wake her ass up, baby. What's up, man? Welcome back to Black Phillip with Patrice. We have a special piece of amoeba here today, a little smushy, and it's the lovely Jimmy Norton, everybody. No gig today, Jimmy? No fucking Schenectady? No fucking Alaska? No shitty town somewhere you're performing in?
I was in a little town called Aspen. We're doing that silly festival.
Fuck that festival.
I flew home a day early because we have someone from Sabbath calling in Monday morning, and I was panicking I'd get caught in the snow. So Oak called me and said you were doing your show.
Sabbath, Black Sabbath?
Yeah.
I'm good for you.
He flew in a day early because he knew you were on the radio by yourself.
Why am I letting him get away with it? I just came down here to support my buddy Patrice. What a worm!
I
what
forgot.
A hunk of shit Jimmy Norton is.
That is it. No, that was
Why
the
don't you come down
absolute
here and support me when I'm on in the morning and you're not on?
because I don't like you. No, I didn't. I actually.
What a dick.
That's not true. Oh no, that's not true. I didn't. You said to me, bro, I'm pulling up to the studio. I'm in a cab. Patrice is doing a show tonight.
He did call me when I was in a cab.
I know I
over
did
here,
in a cab.
What's this fuck with it?
Yeah,
You should go to the phones up, man.
Yeah, I am. We're going to go to number 4. We're going to go to Dino. No, not Dino. Sorry, Dino. We're going to number 5. We're going to Ryan in Nevada.
Oh.
Ryan?
Hello.
Hi, Ryan. Hi, sweetie.
How we doing, Patrice?
I don't know. How you doing? I'm doing fine.
Hell no. I guess I'm alright, man. He's a funny fucking comic, man. You and Jimmy Norton.
Well, that's argumentative.
Why do you
What's
have
up,
to
man?
bring
What's
me?
going on? I'm only fucking. I could have been
Hey,
me.
man.
All right, go ahead, man.
I've been fucking with my chick for about a year, and fucking, shit just had, fucking picked up a new job driving truck and shit.
Right.
And fucking, my chick just fucking tripped out on me. I mean, she just fucking totally fucking backing out, dude.
On what level?
I don't know what the fuck to do.
She's tripping out on what level is she tripping out?
She's fucking going into all this shit about marriage and fucking all that shit. And I mean, I'm just fucking chilling where I'm at. But
So basically, what you're saying? Let's try to figure this out. You're saying that this is classic. Is you're happy in this situation that you're in with this girl. You're happy at the level it's moving. She's kind of your girlfriend. You consider your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay, so she's like, you've given that girlfriend title. You've probably been with her long enough for her to feel comfortable enough to put pressure on you to get married. But you got to understand, this is not her fault. See, there's a lot of things you have to understand, fellas out there, is that what women do when they do these things, when they pressure you to marry them, and they pressure you to do what they do, it's not their fault. That's what the fuck they do. So you have to dismiss what she wants. Dismiss that whole thing. She wants to get married, because that's what she wants to do anyway. But that's like them wanting to get married is like saying, I want to eat, or I want to fucking wake up and look at something. That's what that marriage thing is to them. What you have to do is reestablish your shit. Now, one thing you have to do is you have to be able to take a L. And an L in the hood means you have to be not afraid to take a loss to get your point across. So when she says and gives you that ultimatum, if you look like you're sweating and you're blinking and you're nervous about her leaving, she will take advantage of that. You understand? So when she says, we're going to get married, and you have to go, you know what, sweetie, and you don't get mad. See, that's what we have over women, is that we are not as emotional as them. We rationalize much more than they do. So she's going, I want to get married. Here's what you do. Ask her why. You understand what I'm saying? And she'll go just like this. Because she never had to think of the second option. That's your job, is to give them a second option to think. Why I want to get married? Why? Because, why did she say she wants to get married?
It's just, I mean, she's a Mormon girl. I mean, I was raised that shit growing up, but, I mean, fuck, that ain't my thing. I'm just a fucking redneck, beer drinking, goofy son of a bitch.
Right, who has she was down for that, like, how long ago when you first met? She's like, I'm a redneck and down for drinking too. Fucking, Ryan, I love you and I'll do anything you do, right? And now she's switching up a little bit, right?
No, man. She was brought up that fucking drinking was bad and all that shit. And I mean, I was brought up that way, but I mean, I came to the fucking point that, you know what? If I want to go have a fucking beer with my bros, I'm gonna have a fucking beer. Yeah. I mean, she don't want to do nothing that, I mean, I fucking gave ample shit, took her to concerts that she wanted to see, went places. But the minute I fucking started talking about, you know, going out hunting or fucking camping, fishing,
right,
she just kind of got this fucking pissed off look like, well, what the fuck do you want me to do? Go with you?
Well, why do you think she wants to marry you, besides the fact that you're obviously very well spoken?
Oh, yeah.
That's just a religion, man. She's freaking 19. I mean, the Mormon religion, dude, they want to be married. She's 19. Fucking 20 and popping kids.
Hold on. Ryan, how old are you?
I'm 25.
She's a 19-year-old and she wants to get
married. Don't get married till you're at least 35.
I'm gonna tell you what's going on there. I didn't even realize her age. She's living by the ABCs of life right now. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you've moved on. You might have thought something when you was 18, but you've moved on in your mind to 25. You understand? She's still at the age. She's still thinking that she needs to get married. You gotta understand, fuck talking about her, Ryan. You have to change how you approach her, not how she approaches you. She's right on schedule. She's a goofy fucking right out of high school, or I don't know, she's right out of 8th grade. Whatever. But you gotta understand, she's doing what she's supposed to do. You have to not get emotional with her. It has to not be stop having negotiations with her. Stop trying to give her things to make her happy so that she lets you go out to fucking hunt and lets you go out to drink. You have to say, look, sweetie, this is how it is. And you have to be ready for her to walk out of your life, Ryan. That is, you ever see that movie Heat? Don't get involved with something you can't walk out in less than 30 seconds. Make her, pressure her to make a decision. Because one thing women need from you that if you don't give them, they fucking flap around like a fish out of water, is emotions. If she goes, I gotta get married, and I don't want you to go hunting, and you go, oh, sweetie, we're not gonna get married for a while, and I don't know when, and I'm going hunting right now. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
You don't have to be here if you don't want. Kiss her on the cheek and be really cold, because now her emotions have to eat on themselves. You understand what I'm saying? So let her emotion eat her own soul up and have you just, then she'll think of another option, because basically she's not walking out your life unless you're crushed. Women don't leave unless you're fucking completely
unless they have to matter.
Exactly.
They never walk out if you're indifferent on the couch.
Never. If you go, goodbye, nice talking to you, I love you, but you know you have to live your life, that bitch will not, she won't take a step.
And she's 19.
Trust
she
me.
don't even have the tools.
Yeah, but she's Mormon in Nevada.
Thanks, Ryan, man. Just try that. Just make sure that you put the pressure on her to make her own decisions. Don't let her make you be an asshole so that she can be comfortable enough to hate you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't let her force you to hit her or something, and now she can hate you and tell all her friends you're a wife beater and this, that, and the other, and then she can feed off her own hatred towards you and exist. But if you're a nice guy about it and you tell her to get the fuck out your face, but you say it in an indifferent way, she has nothing to eat. So she has to come for you for some nourishment, emotional nourishment. All right, Ryan? All right, see you later.
Hey, thanks, man.
All right, we're gonna go to 3, number 3, Rob in Ohio. Rob.
Yeah, what's up, Patrice?
What's going on, man? What's up? Thanks.
Hey, listen. Alright, I'll be backstory will be quick. Been married 4 years. My wife hasn't blown me since we've been married. She gives me sex maybe once a month. I'm on a bachelor party in another city. Do I have a legitimate beef to get some ass tonight?
Even if she is fucking you every night.
Yes, but you can
It's Rob.
Rob, this is Dante.
Yeah.
Nothing helps a marriage more than cheating. Nothing makes it easier, because if whenever you're cheating, there's nothing that she can say that would upset you after you get home. Nothing.
I'm just thinking, you know,
That's a good point.
And the guilt you feel will cause you to do shit around the house that you never would have done. You'll cut the grass, you'll paint the living room, you'll do what she wants you to do. Because you're
Oh,
guilty.
yeah.
Let me tell you something, Rob. Let me tell you something about this situation, cheating. You got to understand that, first of all, think to yourself why have you ever cheated on her before?
No.
All right. Think to yourself,
Wow.
why don't you cheat on her now? Fuck, why don't you cheat on her? Because that's some fucking magical shit women invented. Because we're not cheating. Wait a minute, Kevin. Just real quick, why do you stay faithful to her? What's your reason?
I'm pathetic.
No.
It's fear.
Why do you stay? Why don't you go get side pussy? Why don't you? Just why? When you're in your own for
What
your
about
own.
her? Why is she only happy with sex once a month?
Because I mean,
Is it a chore?
Switch.
Go ahead.
She used to put out all the time before we got married, and all that stuff. And as soon as we got married, she found Jesus, and she doesn't do it anymore.
Oh, she found Jesus. Okay.
That's an excuse. Yeah, that's an excuse. Listen, dude. Let me explain what happened to you. This is the sad thing, and sometimes you have to face the truth. And I think pathetic was the right word. But we all get pathetic until you get that gene in you where you just want to be a pimp and want to be happy. You have to say to yourself, okay, look, you can't love a woman like a woman loves you. You cannot give energy to her the same way she gives it to you. You can't go booby bear. You can't hold her hand because she's holding yours. It's a distance thing. You have to, if she loves Jesus, okay, and no offense to God, but you put pressure on her to love you as much as she loves God, okay? God, she's loving Jesus. He's a entity. Like, you can't see him, but something's there making her chase Jesus. That's what she's doing. You got to make her chase you. Do you understand? Stay gone for a couple of days. Fucking have other things to do besides worry about how much she loves you and you love her. You got to get a life, dude. You don't have a life. If you're worried about going to a bachelor party where fucking is like, you're supposed to fuck, and you're like, what am I going to do? You're rationalizing cheating. But you know what? Don't do it. If it's righteous, there's a righteous fuck, and there's a dishonest fuck. Now, if you fucking somebody at this bachelor party dishonestly, meaning you're just doing
as
it
a result,
as a
payback.
As payback?
A tit for tat. And you got to want to do it.
It has to be just a fucking...
It's got to be, the desire is organic and honest.
Yes. So if you're gonna go to this bachelor party and get some righteous pussy, don't even look back, because it's not about her.
What do you do other than, do you masturbate a lot? Is that it?
No, I just Deal with it.
He jerks off.
And dude, she's so into Jesus, and if nothing else works, just grow a beard and put on a loincloth and say, blow with me.
I was thinking that if you can get her to think of sex and religion together, it could be kind of fun.
Dude, you don't have. Here's what you do. It's very easy, man. They don't want what they can have, and right now I think she has you, because even in your attempt to be evil, you're still kind of like have a worthless kind of self-image. You have to. You can't cheat and be thinking about how you're hurting her. You understand what I'm saying? You have to. If cheating on her helps your self-esteem, you do it, but you do it righteous to help you, not to as a result that she won't suck your dick.
I'm gonna show her.
Well, you're assuming this is a vindictive blowjob. Maybe he just wants a blowjob.
I'm asking.
If
That's
he
what I'm
does,
saying.
then
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks a lot, man.
All right, we're gonna go to. Who's good? Half black, half white.
I want to see what you have to say to Brian in Chicago.
That's who we need.
All right, let's say hi to Brian in Chicago. You're on with Patrice O'Neal.
Hi, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks, man.
Hey, I have a kind of a strange question. I'm in an area where there are a lot of seemingly materialistic chicks, and I'm always going out on dates, always going out with these girls, and after you pass the surface of getting to know a girl, there's nothing, because they care more about what you can buy for them instead of what you can do and how you can treat them.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a pre-screening thing that you could suggest so I don't have to waste my time with these materialistic bitches?
No. This is again, introduce options. You got to understand that essentially that most loser women, all they have to barter is their pussy. They don't have anything else. Men have so many other things to barter when it comes to the sex game and the relationship game. Like when, you gotta understand when, again, it's not their fault. Never look at it as like their fault, because they all do it. So it has to be some type of nature involved. When you walk up the street, man, if you're an ugly motherfucker, hunchback, and you walking with some type of like fucking swagger, a woman can look at you and everybody can be laughing and going, look at this hunchback motherfucker. But
like that
somebody might go,
about that hump is
sexy. With a hunchback, hold on. How can this motherfucker with a hunchback look like he should be fucking me? We have there's other things that make us attractive to women. Initially, there's only one thing that makes them attractive to us, and that's fucking me. And then it builds from there. But they like us more than fucking us on the front end, and then they like us like for fucking us in the back end. We like them to fuck them in the front end, and then we go, wow, she's kind of cool on the back end. So basically, you got to understand that when you're meeting these women, essentially, they're losers. Do you feel what I'm saying? That she has to get something out of her pussy, dude. She has to get dinner. She has to get a movie. How can she function if she doesn't get something out of what she has? So it's a barter system, but you got to think of it like this: that our bodies aren't as important to us as their bodies are. So when you're taking her out to dinner and spending time with her and taking her to the movies, you got to understand that that's her way of fucking you. And if you take her out 5 times, she fucked you 5 times. You haven't fucked her yet. So basically what you're doing is driving down a one-way street behind this bitch, a narrow one-way street behind her, and you can't pass her. So if you find yourself getting stuck behind a chick in a one-way, you turn off the first available exit and you get the fuck off that road, so you can either get in front or you try to get in a situation where you're ahead, because you can never get ahead like by making a stand on the back end. Let me explain. It's a thing called the punk test. When I was younger, this dude fucking robbed me for my first piece of jewelry I ever had. And before he actually stuck that gun in my face, he knew he was gonna rob me. He knew he could rob me, because he did a series of things that made him know this motherfucker's a pussy. He bumped into me, and I'm like, hey, why you never like me? Why did you do that? He walked up behind me. He was like saying shit under his breath, like, this motherfucker sucks, this, that, and the other. And then once he made the move to rob me, he really didn't need a gun, because he already knew he had me. So when a woman gets you like that, dude, you can't get from under that rock by now like showing your manhood
It's
card
gradual.
when
It's a gradual.
when she sees that she took your manhood, that she this guy's in love with me. This guy, I know a girl that said, I don't let nobody pull my hair until I tell him to. Bitch, shut the fuck up. You gotta say to yourself that I am the director.
This is my
of
movie.
my movie. Bitch, you in my movie. So if you take a chick out to dinner, yes, that's the fair thing to do. But don't take her out twice until, as soon as you get that fucking gut feeling that the world tries to take away from a man, that we want to fuck. You know that thing that, oh, it's not right to want to fuck. We want to fuck, bitch. As soon as you breathe, as soon as we see you, we want to fuck. It is what it is. So when you take her out to dinner, I'm telling you, you introduce fucking right after dinner. You fucking go, hey man, hey, so you say something dirty like you really got some nice fucking titties, and give her the option to leave or stay, but you always put another option. Don't let them fuck you, because dinner, movie time is fucking you. And are you a whore? You can't let a woman whore out your time. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. If I'm giving for her, she's got to give for me right back.
It's not like you gotta. Right.
She's gonna try and gradually take your manhood by small steps, and then before you know it, you're sitting in the shoe store carrying her bags. You gotta first up front decide what you want out of this, and if what you want is sex, then that has to be obvious that's what you want. And if that's not what she wants, fine. There will be somebody else, especially if you're in a situation where there are material women around you. I would assume that you're doing pretty well financially yourself. Is that correct?
I'm doing okay.
Right. So that's why you're around these women and they're attracted to you in the first place. So if you're looking for sex, you have to put that out up front, because she will do small little steps to take your manhood in the interim.
Right.
I want to ask you this: Where are you meeting these women?
Everywhere.
Like everywhere, because the area that I'm in and what I do for a living.
What do you do?
Well, I work for a nonprofit agency.
Oh, okay.
And
are you fucking Katrina victims?
Give somebody a trailer.
But with what I do, it's where I'm at the gym, out in public. It's everywhere. It's not like I'm looking at one specific place.
And you're in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Kathleen, what the
there are people where his gym is, I don't know or whatever, but there are women that specifically go out to meet a guy that makes X amount of dollars. And
so you're trying to say how? She's asking, are you like some metrosexual motherfucking, a guy better looking than bitches?
Yeah,
whatever.
Maybe go to a different gym or meet women elsewhere.
You're still going to get the same. But fundamentally, it's the nature of them to bitch you up. That always happens. The degree may be different from the gym to gold digging chicks, but it's all about bitching you up.
And it's not.
And it's organic.
Exact. That's the thing you have to keep in your head, man. You cannot be angry at how they do it with such ease, man. Your manhood,
it's like brushing your teeth.
Exactly. It's constantly under siege, and you can't be mad at them. It's like being mad at a fucking snake for biting you. If you got a rattlesnake in your hand, you're like, this rattlesnake is the shit, and it bites you, you can't be mad at the motherfucker. You just have to go, shit, it's a snake. Women have to do certain things. They have, look at loser women.
Terminology.
It is what it is, pumpkin. Any woman, her initial thing, if she doesn't have any guidance to think differently, is that she has to get something out of her pussy, because they haven't developed. This is why, going back to that other caller, why they force you to marry them, because it's like Dracula trying to eat dinner with you real fast before 5 a.m. comes. You understand? Okay. That's a bitch. She want to get married before she starts to melt.
I had enough. The sun's coming up.
You got to understand that's what I want to get married. It's gotta get this motherfucker so that I have an excuse not to have to be bigger than my vagina. If you make her stretch out that courtship, she's gonna have to force herself to be bigger than her vagina. And some women don't know how to do that. Some women don't know how to be. Look, tell a bitch. Here's what you tell her. Look, baby. Look, I don't just want pussy. You know, I don't want pussy. Just want it unless.
That's all.
I don't all. It's not, that's not all I want unless that's all you got. Do you understand? You got to make her understand, right? Women have to understand that pussy is like it's the wheels on the car. You understand? Like if you have a Beamer and you have a Benz, you go out and you look at both of them, 2007 Benz, 2007 Beamer. You look at them both, and if the salesman comes up and goes, "Hey, how are you? Oh, listen, I have a wonderful car here," and you go, "Well, what's some of the features of the car? Why should I buy it?" "Because it has wheels." What? Nigga, that's what a pussy is. You gotta let a bitch know that, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I wanna fuck you. You stop trying to hide that we wanna fuck. That's the problem we have, fellas. We wanna fuck anyway. It's like drinking water when you're thirsty. Pussy, it's not as important as everyone makes it. You understand what I'm saying?
And she clearly is not doing you a favor by fucking you. That is not a gift.
You don't have women go, I let you eat my pussy. What? You let me eat your what? I just performed that fucking surgery I just performed. It was a favor
my neck
to
is
me.
cramped up, my tongue is numb, and you did me a favor.
I fucking put my face in that disaster area for a half hour and pretended that your asshole didn't stink, and all of a sudden you're a good gal for letting me.
Well, thank you.
Huckleberry.
Hey, thanks for calling, man. Thanks, Brian. We'll take another break. We'll be back. A lot of phone calls on the Black Phillip Show.
Nice inside joke here.
Where's dumb Kathleen?
I think she ran away.
She's all right.
Where you from, Chicago?
Where's your gym?
Where's your gym?
Fuck up.
I really do think if this guy went somewhere else to meet women.
Where? Where? Mars?
Well, I don't, wherever he's going to, I know they're materialistic women. Like, if you go on the Upper West Side in bars where they would completely ignore you guys.
It's gold digging crackheads.
Yeah, there definitely are. And they're not crackheads.
Old pissy mattress.
Drinking,
awful.
whatever. Ivy League. They want a specific type of man, which apparently this.
Do you hear what you're saying though? Like, do you hear? It's like this is what's beautiful. It's like when a woman. Wait a minute. When a woman talks,
what
you? Wait a minute, Kathleen.
Go somewhere else.
But did you hear what you just said? That these girls are somewhere wanting to meet a specific type of guy. It's
well,
like
they are.
It's
Why
like
is
that's
that?
like you know what that's like. You know what that's like? It's like a duck hunting season, right? And the duck walks out the water and goes, "Hey boys, who's gonna shoot me?" Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, do you hear your language when you say women go out in this type of place to meet a specific
type of.
Well, what specific are you, bitch? What specific do you have besides your pussy? Have another specific.
I'm just saying that this exists, Patrice.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say, it's the same with the dingy bitch on Houston Street to the fucking stuck-up Jew girl on 78th and Broadway. They're the same bitch. They're out there trying to hit the lottery. Women have no skills to get what they want. So they hope what they want just kind of walks in. And I have to audition. And when you said, oh, those girls don't pay you no attention, wrong, Kathleen. They do pay you attention when you go in and you go, hi, and she goes, ugh. And you go, you know, it looks like your breath stink anyway, bitch. And she goes, what? And you go, I'm just kidding, walk away. And she'll chase after you and go, excuse me, why did you say that? Well, because you're just an ass, and I have to go now. What? Women are so fucking dumb. It just, I'm trying to, like, keep them listening, but you just are so retarded. It makes me sick. You go, what gives you the balls or the labia or whatever the fuck y'all got to sit and wait for Mr. Right? Like, what skills do you have to get Mr. Right?
Patricia,
besides waiting.
If you're talking to me personally, I am not waiting for Mr. Right. I don't know why you're.
I'm talking to women. You are representing women right now.
Oh, okay.
In general, and you're pretty much a part of in general.
I honestly don't think that. I don't know. The women that I'm friends with are not waiting for Mr. Right.
So what are you waiting to do?
Why does it have to be anything
what
at
are you
all?
doing? What are you doing?
Why, honest to God, Patrice,
Do you
I
like
don't
fucking?
worry
Do you like
about it.
fucking?
Yeah,
Right,
of course I
how
do.
Where do you get your dick from? How do you meet your dick?
Usually the people I go out with are odd.
Fuck, we're talking about fucking, not go out.
Yeah,
fuck,
okay.
Just fucking. How do you meet a guy and fuck him?
The guys I meet are like audience members, and I like the type of guy that likes.
You like who I like? You
I like that.
Whore.
Fucking
I'm a dirty whore.
You fuck
your audience?
You fuck groupies?
Wake them up first, then fuck them.
Specific type of men like me. Like
She likes who she likes.
comedians don't
She
generally.
likes who likes her.
So you get
like me, yeah.
But so you actually fuck the guy who comes up to you?
I'm not that promiscuous. And I'm pretty closed off. I'm emotionally unavailable, and I haven't been laid in quite a while.
Why?
So, it's just
You're
not worth
42
it.
years old.
It's not worth it.
Your pussy,
I'm
the value
not
of your pussy is
42.
going down.
I'm younger than you.
Your fish, you need a lot more ice to keep that fish fresh. Your pussy gonna be like that shit in Seattle where they just toss it to a motherfucker. You have to stop your thinking. Why don't you fuck?
I'm looking for a candidate now. I've been dating. Okay, I'll tell you what.
Why? Wait, you didn't even look out there and said no. Why? Why not no? Why no? Look at this kid. Look at that kid. Look at that kid's triceps. He'll fuck your brains out.
He looks great.
Yeah.
He's a young guy.
Why wouldn't you pop him?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't you pop him? And why do you think that a 48-year-old like yourself has
I'm getting older by the minute.
has a choice?
12 years older than my
Has a choice. You should take that kid and ram him.
Why? For one, I don't think. This is not the type of guy that's interested in me.
Would you fuck a dude? He'd fuck you.
You'd fuck me? Okay. Thank you for the option. I'm dating a guy.
Why wouldn't you just give guys some pussy if you wanted some?
I'm dating a guy right now, and it's an option. I might fuck him.
Do you hear the arrogance in your...
It's not. No.
You might, and there's two people in this situation.
He might not want to fuck me. I've gone out with him once. He's
Of
out
course,
time.
if he went out with you, he wants to
If you say hello and he
Really?
answers, that means he wants to fuck you.
Don't you understand?
Yeah, but he's not like Patrice. You think all men are like you? They're not.
They are exactly like me. If you boil all men down to what they call the roux, to the sticky horse shit that's left.
He wants to get laid.
Two things,
right?
eating and some pussy. Pussy and eating, and I don't know which order, but that's what we boil down to. And so innately, we just want to fuck you first because you don't have intangibles. Women don't have intangibles until after we fuck.
This guy took me out to dinner, and honest to God, he did not try to. Nor did
he's trying to bait you so that you
want
fuck
me
him.
to fuck him at that point. I'm not saying that he doesn't want to.
Kathleen, did you ask him?
No,
Did you say,
it just
do
was
you want to fuck
kind
me?
of understood. I didn't.
If you said, hey, look,
No,
let
I
me just
didn't.
suck it in the car for a few minutes, do you think he would
If
say
I-
no?
Let me just store it in my mouth.
I don't know. I honestly think that maybe, he kind of wanted to wait, maybe. Maybe
Do
he
you
sees
really,
somebody
truly fucking believe that?
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
I don't know. There was at
That
that
is the
point.
reason. Let me say something, ladies, and I'm gonna take some more calls in a second. Ladies, let me say something to you. You gotta understand that this is why we don't get along. Because when we try to fuck you and you do what Kathleen's doing. Hey, you didn't want to fuck.
No.
Wait a minute.
He did not. It never came up that he was trying to.
He was afraid of scaring you away.
Fucking course.
Afraid of scaring you away.
Yeah. Do you understand what we're trying to say? Is that you don't get the real thing until after.
Is anybody in the studio that would not fuck Kathleen?
They would.
Anybody?
Well, you know.
No. This guy doesn't.
Him? Eric?
Eric would fuck you.
Eric looks like a premature fucking color.
Yeah.
There's no way Eric wouldn't fuck you.
Eric would fuck you and then cave your head in for making him feel bad about it.
You gotta understand why we don't like you innately. We don't like you because of what you put us through to get pussy. So when we finally get it, we resent you for what you put us through for this.
Is it that much of a chore? Like,
yes, it's that much of a chore because you're sitting here kind of mulling over, like you're like, he didn't wanna. What girl says he didn't want? You don't know anything unless we fucking inform you of the fucking thing. You don't know whether I want to fuck you or not unless I say, hey, look, I want to fuck you.
Half the time you don't care. You're so caught up in your own inner dialogue. You're not even concerned about
guy
that.
called me. It was you want to go out to dinner. He had to get up early and go to Philadelphia.
You want to go out to dinner so that I can fuck you later.
Yeah, no, I honestly think that if it might have been uncomfortable, he would have done it, but he had to.
Would you fuck him if he asked you to? You would fuck him if he said, hey, will you fuck me?
What? Yeah.
Can he just ask you like that?
Like,
can he just say, can I fuck you?
I don't know. I don't know him well enough, but yeah, maybe.
How do you get to, well enough, if I meet you today, right? Wait a minute. If I meet you on Monday.
I want to make sure
Kathleen,
that I want
Kathleen, if I meet you on Monday, right?
Yeah.
And we go all the way until like 6 months later on a following 6 months of Mondays, right? How are you knowing me more the first Monday than the 6-month Monday that you know me well enough to fuck me? You think cause you know what my favorite color is now that it makes it better?
Sometimes things come up. He seems like a great guy, and then he says something like, what I really want is to get nude pictures taken of myself. I've been working out.
Okay.
And that like, fine, that's okay, but I find it aesthetically unpleasant. I don't want to fuck him after he says that.
What
yeah.
What the fuck?
I've been working out, and you're like, yeah, great.
All right.
And
he wants
like
to send me naked pictures of him.
He'd like to get professional nude pictures of himself taken.
So you think he's an ass and you don't want to fuck him?
I think he's a bit of a pussy. It's a little too gay for me.
It's some
now.
sissy shit.
Yeah, and this is the guy.
All right, well, you gotta let us know these fucking things.
I didn't want to bring it up, but this is a research.
He's a fucking fag.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
This guy does pharmaceutical research. He's in good shape. You know, I go out to dinner. Everything's fine. And then he says that to me on the phone.
What tipped you off when you met him in the store and he was licking the Calvin Klein boxes?
He was an audience guy, just, nice guy, but at that...
A pink cock ring?
Yeah, that is a little gay.
Now, we're going to get back to you and your craziness. Keith in Ohio, sir. Sorry to keep you on hold so long. Keith.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
dude. Go ahead, man.
I'm trying to keep the backstory short. Been with my wife 17 years. Over the years, there's been over 30 affairs. I've been angry about it.
Wait. 30? You fucked over 30 times, or she cheated on you over 30 times?
I've never cheated on her. She's had at least 30 affairs that I'm aware of.
She's fucked 30 different that you're aware of.
Yeah. 17 years.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, dude. Wait a second.
There is more.
I know, but hold up. Here's what's bothering me is the original statement where you said, I've been with my wife. You're not saying you used to be with this bitch. You're still with her.
Oh, yeah. We're coming up on our 17-year anniversary. We got 2 kids.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what they do. All right, go finish, man. Go ahead.
Okay, anyways, about 6 months ago, she was diagnosed as bipolar, and she's suffering from clinical depression. And one of the big things is uncontrollable, sexual urges. She gets, a little bit of booze in her, and she'll pretty much sleep with anybody. Well, anyway, I mean, that on medication, she is the woman I fell in love with. I still love her dearly. The problem is, emotionally, I broke completely. And I've been seeing her shrink, trying to work through it. Emotionally, I transcended anger. Where you said that angry place you go to, I transcended that. I've become emotionally cruel and vindictive.
Right.
I'm trying to stop. I've beat her to death emotionally,
right.
And I truly want to stop because she doesn't.
You know what you're doing? You're doing what women do when they want to leave you. Okay? What you're doing is you're trying to give her
a reason.
The reason, right? You're trying to make her so fucked up that it won't make you feel guilty when you walk out on her. So you're trying to be. It's that old thing of going, when you want to break up with a girl and you just say, she goes, hi, and you go, fuck you stinky breath bitch, and she goes, what's that all about? You want to leave me, don't you? You want to go, don't you? You want to leave. You want to be able to tell people that she left you, but in your balls, tell the truth, Keith. In your balls, you want to leave this bitch, don't you?
I'll be 100% honest, I was 1 foot out the door.
No. In your gut. Fuck the actual physical, I'm going to do it. But right now, seriously, are you finished with it?
No, actually, we get along beautifully. We always have. We finish each other's sentences, all that bullshit.
Really? You finish each other's sentences like you'll say, I want to, and she'll say, suck another man's cock?
Actually, my wife's a whore in bed, unfortunately not with just me, but she'll take it up, she'll swallow. I mean, the sex is great. After 17 years,
a redeeming point.
I banged my wife 3 or 4 times.
Well, you know what? No, she's an alcoholic. Is that what you just...
Oh. No, well, all she had to have was just a little booze, a little weed, and...
Well, you know what, dude?
That was it. I mean, literally, it tripped a switch in her. It was like she was on her...
You sound like you like her, though. Like, you sound... See, loving her is not the problem. It's liking her that's the problem. You sound like you generally like her, and you guys have some type of, I guess I'll be cliche, you're some type of, what do they call it, soulmates or some shit, but...
That's the word I use, the soulmate.
Your soulmates, you really like her, and
I got an idea. Why don't you swing?
Yeah.
She's already swinging, so you might as well,
Yeah, do you sleep with other people,
2.5
too?
years ago, she stopped.
Huh?
I mean, that was it. Cold turkey, when she saw the last time when I pretty much snapped and almost left her, she stopped.
She's not sucking different dicks cold turkey.
Well, did you put your foot down after Cox 19 and 20 and then soften up a bit?
I think that's the nickname she has for her 30 dicks is cold turkey. Ooh, that's my 31st cold turkey neck. Listen.
You waited around. She got bored of fucking other guys.
I want to be honest with you. You might actually have a winner. I think you're caught in between being traditional and living kind of this life that we all want to live. Is that what's her viewpoint on you getting strange pussy?
She claimed that she'd like to find a bi chick that,
listen, man.
You got a winner.
You're a traditional guy, and you kind of, and no, this is not, no offense, you're kind of being what the woman would be kind of in the situation, where you're a little like, this is not right and this is weird, but you might mistakenly be dropped into every guy's dream, which actually is to have a woman who's willing to have you get some different pussy. See, you're on this possession thing. You're a little bit, and like I said, you're in love like a girl is in love. You can't be. You don't possess her body, dude. Like, she's still the mother of your children. You still love her. You gotta have her mind be what you... It's possible she could just be a nympho. You should take advantage of that shit, dude, and go out and get some side pussy. But here's the problem, Dante. I hear what he's saying. This lady is a better fuck than any bitch he can fucking go find.
This guy
sounds like he doesn't know that. He hasn't cheated on her in 17 years. He doesn't know what's out there.
Hey, dude, are you a cuckold? He sounds like a cuckold, like one of those guys that secretly gets off on his wife, fucking other man. There's a silent humiliation in that, because why else would you put up with 30 different guys? Do you ever make her tell you details about what happened?
No, it pisses me off to no end, and The problem is I come from a broken home. My mom and dad split up when I was 3.
Yeah, but that was not.
For life. I didn't want to do that.
Oh, so he got his own. He got his own thing.
When I settled for my wife, and I dropped the other 2, stuck with her because I really felt something for her, and unfortunately, you know, thanks to bipolar, it beat the hell out of us emotionally.
If she's had 30 affairs, it's her nature to sleep with other people, and all you're doing is caging her up. Whether she went cold turkey or not, she want to fuck somebody else. That's the bottom line.
You're trying to tell a pigeon not to fly, so you might as well just love her for what she is, dude. Whatever the animal that she is, try to figure out. You have to rationalize how to love her for the animal she is, and alleviate the body from the situation. It's almost like if she had if she was retarded and or she was deaf. You would have to relate to her with a deaf wife. You have to figure out how to have a deaf wife. You have to figure out how to have a hoe as a wife. My girl's a hoe, and it took me a minute to learn how to have a hoe as the person you love. It's easy to do. Just accept her for what she is, dude. And it is what it is. All right, thanks a lot, Keith. Whatever Keith is. Oh, see you later, Keith. All right, we're going to Mr. Frank in the city. Nigga. Frank.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Hey, Patrice, I'm 41. Never had a girlfriend. Never been in a relationship. I'm a.
I'm only kidding. I'm only playing with you, man. Go ahead, man. Sorry. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. We'll figure that out quick. Back. Go ahead, man. Fucking go ahead, man.
I'm tired of paying for pussy. I'm a big guy like you. I want to know, how did you get your girl? How can you be a big guy and get a good-looking girl who's going to fuck you good without paying for it? I'm tired of paying for the shit.
I'll add, he's funny. Believe me, that helps.
Yeah.
Being funny, if you make a chick laugh, it really overcompensates for a lot of physical messes.
The confidence.
Yeah, but you know what, Jimmy?
None of my girls ever think I'm funny. No women that ever love me.
But they know who you are. Even though they might not laugh at you, they still recognize how other men and how other people react to you. Right. So there's a respect in that, and the confidence all comes from being funny and having that ability.
You may not be able to be. I say this: it's the confidence. Women are attracted to confidence. Confidence is power. So whatever you feel your limitation of, whatever you think you're down, come fix it. Do something to fix it.
That's the shit we talk about. I don't agree with that. I think it's like, look at a motherfucker, like I said, missing a foot can get a bitch.
No, I'm not saying.
Hold up, Frank. Let me say this, Frank.
I'm listening.
Here's what. First of all, what you're doing is, okay, it sounds like he wants hotter women. Like, he probably can get a big fat bitch, but he doesn't like big fat bitches.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
You're right.
So here's how you usually, okay, we have a system, men have a system of going, yo, what do you give her on a scale of 1 to 10? And the 10, we go, she's a 6. Now a 6 is average, but a 6 is too close to a 10. It's too close to a 10. So you go, oh, she's hot, she's an 8, she's a this, and she's ugly, she's a 1. Okay? Now we sit around and devise a plan, right? And you have to try this out. Devise a plan. Instead of saying, okay, she's hot from 1 to 10, you have to say she's hot from 1 to 30. Do you understand? And now, you take 1 to 30 and you divide that into groups of 10, and they consist of ugly bitches, average eye-looking bitches, and fine bitches. Okay, so 1 to 10 is ugly. 10 to 11 is eye. 10 to 20 is eye. 20 to 30 is fine. Okay? And what you do, why this system works, is that when you're walking up the street, okay, and you see a girl that you used to go, oh, she's hot, dude, she's a 7. What this system will do is, because to approach a woman in the street, you have to have the right amount of arrogance and the right amount of humility. You can't come up to a girl and go, what's up there, sugar clit? And she'll go, what? Get out my fucking face. And you can't go, hi, I was looking at you from across the street, and I thought that you were beautiful. She'll go, this pussy motherfucker.
All right, you gotta explain,
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it. Right. So basically, what this plan does is devise a way to give you the right amount of confidence to say the right thing to the bitch, okay? So let's say Angelina Jolie. Like a lot of guys think she's hot. I say Angelina Jolie is a fine-ass, eye-looking bitch. She's a 20. She's as high of an eye-looking bitch as you can possibly get. You understand what I'm saying? So when you approach her in the street, you're going to approach her like, oh shit, she's high. And so you're going to say something that's just right for an eye-looking bitch. You'll go, hey, sweetie, you know, you got still, those lips, I ain't going to say, I like you to suck my dick, but I'm just saying they're cute anyway, you know, blah, 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 whatever. And she might go, what? But you'll say the proper thing because you'll have the proper arrogance and the proper, you know what you'll be? You'll be righteous. You won't be trying. She'll feel your energy. She'll feel that you'll walk away from her. And if she says fuck you, you won't have to go, well, fuck you, bitch. Because a lot of times, guys come up to women and they don't even believe that they can say something to a girl that she might like them. So she'll walk up to him, or a guy will walk up to her and go, hey, it's the self-sabotage. He'll go, hey, what's up, honey? Or like the cliche construction worker thing. Hey, what's up, toots? And he knows that the bitch ain't gonna go, hi, thank you for calling me toots. He knows she's gonna go, ugh.
That's more of a subtle assault than there's a real compliment.
Yeah, it's the control, the fucking pain that could happen.
It's contemptuous lust.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Let me ask you something, though.
Go ahead.
Because going back to what Jimmy was saying, kind of what you've been saying, I can talk to girls. I can make them laugh. I'm good at laying down rap. It's just when it comes down to, you know, making that pitch to get in there, I lose all confidence because all I can think is she's like, you fat bastard, I'm gonna fucking you.
How fat are you?
I'm probably as big as Patrice.
So you're about, what, 6'4", something?
Oh, no. I'm 5'10" and as fat as you.
Oh, okay. Jesus, man. Well, that's tough because, you know, you're a little fat dude, which is a different thing, but you can still do it, dude.
It's a level of confidence. And there's a level of confidence that even if you say 1 to 30, what you're still building, it still comes down to you accepting that there's a level of confidence that you have because you're not rating her as high as you would normally rate her. So if you don't believe in the rating plan, it's not going to work any more than if you don't believe in yourself. It's still a matter of confidence.
It's like losing weight. It's like going to a gym,
right?
And getting in supreme shape, but you're still a fat guy in your head,
right?
So your game is like, wow, he's a handsome guy, but he stinks.
But Patrice, come on, that's too fat. He has to lose weight.
Well, for his health, but not for pussy. Trust me. You don't have to lose weight to get pussy. Maybe for you.
But you're 6'5". He's 5'10".
That doesn't matter. But do you see what he's living with? Is that voice that you're saying? That's the voice in his head that you have to eliminate. Because look, I'm gonna tell you something about Kathleen.
If it were a woman,
she's hottish. And never be afraid to bring a bitch's self-esteem down and match yours, nigga. Never. You walk up to her and say something so outlandishly like, you know, you are beautiful except for your nostrils. They're funny looking. What? And then, what about all she's going to say is you fat this, fat that. You've heard that many a time. Nigga, you probably...
No, I'm sorry.
You probably can eat pussy. Are you a good pussy eater?
Oh, I'm the pro.
Nigga, listen, man. You don't have to have a fucking problem. I'm telling you. You do not act like they're doing you a favor, dude. Don't act like they're doing you a fucking favor.
He sounds like he could close the deal. If he's already confident, he can close the deal. If you can get him to laugh and you can talk to him, you can close the deal.
What's the final advice you got to give them, Kathleen? Besides fucking lose weight, you short fat bastard. How would he fuck you?
Come on.
How would this guy fuck you?
You're 5'10", and how much do you weigh?
He told you, bitch. See, Kathleen's like a dude. Kathleen's like, I ain't giving this fat motherfucker no pussy. Fuck that. But you gotta understand, Kathleen she's cute enough. I bet you in her heyday, she was dynamic. But now, look, man, she's like...
Yeah, you think I should fuck a fat guy.
No, I'm not saying, I'm saying, Kathleen's like, you ever had an old Air Force One, you cleaned it up?
No, I mean, listen, this isn't about me. poor guy. This guy wants to have a
You
relationship.
just called him a short, fat motherfucker.
Yeah,
He's a poor guy.
I can't see him.
Dude, do you hear?
describes himself
Now,
that
okay,
way.
I'm glad you're talking
No,
like
no,
this.
I
now
mean
wait,
no
now, now,
offense,
look
sir.
a minute, Cap, you do mean offense. Yes, he does, nigga. Listen. What do you, when she's talking, right? In your gut,
He's a nice guy. I want to see him get
in
into
your
a
gut,
relationship.
in your gut.
He doesn't want to get fucked.
Hold on a second.
No,
Hold on.
relationship.
Wait a minute. In your gut, dude, when you hear her talk, when you hear that voice in your head, it's in your own head, and now she's actually being that voice over the radio. What's your gut? What do you want to say to that when you hear that voice?
I want to say my dick's doing a turtle head from that voice.
What is that? Oh, going in?
Yes.
You know what?
He's fucking with his self-esteem.
Now, let me ask you this. When you hear that voice in your head, and when you hear that voice, and I'm not saying how, like, kind of her voice is. I'm saying what she's saying to you. When you hear those words, what the immediate thing?
Am I offending you?
What goes through your head? What goes through your gut that you really want to say? Not to her in general, not to Kathleen in general, but to that voice that makes you think you gotta buy a pussy.
God damn, that's a good question. I mean, number one, I know you're not offending me, Kathleen. If I was offended, I wouldn't have called. But, God, that's a good fucking question.
How about, are you thinking you're not good enough?
You're right, Dante. I guess I am.
But then, you know what, though, Kathleen? Look, there's a reality to what she's saying. If you're a little short, fatso, confidence is going to help you on a certain level. But if you're shooting out of your league, you're going to most times get shot down. Like I know how I look at chicks, and I don't care how confident a fat chick is or how interesting she is. She's a fatso with a great personality, and I have no sexual desire.
But you know what?
Just because you're a intelligent guy. He sounds reflective. He's got a lot going for him. I'm just saying.
And you gotta understand the nature of a woman. They will now she's different. Kathleen is different.
Yeah.
But most women will fucking genuinely be attracted to something other than like a fucking 5'10", 300-pound bitch. Yeah. She's in deep shit. You understand? She's a fetish. Unless you're into fetishes, but a fat guy is never a fetish to a woman.
Yeah.
She's like, I love you. Women love us for who we are, dude. And you have to just be. You have to, like I say, my self-esteem is so low that it's high. You have to fucking bring everybody down with you, not by saying, hey, you're a fucked up motherfucker, you're a this and that. Don't listen to her. Don't listen. Do you hear this? Nice guys finish how, nigga? 41 without a girlfriend. You trust me.
41 on a Saturday night listening to your ass.
Exactly, nigga. Trust me. I was the fat guy who wrote poems. I said, you're the greatest. Hey, you want to walk to the store with me? I'll buy you. I was that guy because I thought I had to be until I said the word bitch, which freed me. Once I started to learn to say bitch, it freed me up because I say it righteously. Motherfuckers wonder how does Patrice call a girl bitch all the time and they never smack them? It's because I used to be the guy that goes, well, shut up, bitch. And she'll go, whack, I'm getting my brother to fuck you up. Wait a minute. And then I said, bitch, what? Shut the fuck up, bitch. And she was, why I'll get my brother? Get your brother. You still a bitch, ho. It's what I want it to be.
You know, you know how you'll have a fat girl will lose weight, but she still has fat girl mentality. She's still a loser.
Right.
You don't get that with a guy. If a guy loses weight, he's no longer a fat guy. If he ain't a fat guy, he's a cocky son of a bitch and he's exercising his newfound power to get bitches. That's the bottom line. So you got to do what you got to do to make you feel confident.
All right, Frank, man. Good luck, dude.
Good luck to you, Frank.
All right, take care.
All right, fellas, take it easy.
All right, we're gonna take a break, but we're gonna come back to we're gonna talk to John in Cincinnati after we come back from a break. Okay? All right.
Yeah, Frank.
Women's power is in your fear of whatever they're gonna do.
Fat-tongued mongoloid.
I told my girl she's the fourth most important thing in my life.
So sensitive.
It was me, my career, my mother, and then her.
Ooh, that silk.
She only thinks she knows shit because I tell her shit.
Keeping your pants strong.
I think my girl in my life is worth 5 bitches now. Hey bitch, go get me some coffee. So burn you with this cigarette. Whatever you want to do. Sit on my face. Sit on my face. Sit on my fucking face. Now can you sit on my face and lick my nipple at the same time? Come on, you. Jesus, you fat bitch. Just bend. Listen. Sit on my face and lick my nipple. Why can't you do that? See, this is what the fuck I'm saying. Never mind. Just fucking never mind. Just lay there and watch me jerk off. You're fucking useless. God, you can't fuck. Thank you, sweetie, for sitting on my face. Thanks, but not, you can't lick my nipple. So basically, see, this is why I'm saying I want another girl. I want another girl in this so she can lick my nipples. You can't sit on my face and lick my nipple at the same time. That's why I'm trying to do a threesome. Don't you yoga? Don't you see what I'm trying to fucking do? Don't you see? I'll stretch out with yoga. I just need another bitch to lick my nipple. That's it. Jesus. That's how you introduce a threesome. Make a bitch do 2 things she can't do. Baby, kiss me and lick my asshole. You can't? What you mean you can't kiss me and lick my asshole? You know what? This ain't gonna work out. You don't want to do a threesome? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, baby, jerk me off and fuck me. What? What's up? Welcome back to the Black Phillip Show with Patricia O'Neal. Black fucking Phillip. That's so stupid. Oh, shit. And Mr. Opie, thank you so much for being so into the show that you're just having a party on whatever. It's the most annoying thing I've ever fucking seen. Don't you just fall asleep? I like to be in here in the fucking chair one day, and Opie's like, hey, and I just get on the table and actually put all the newspapers in a pillow and fall asleep.
For once, I don't have to worry about anything. I'm just like hanging out.
Monkeys and cigars, and like fucking.
I'm just entertaining the cowfuckers out there, man.
Fucking beer bottles. Fucking ass. Alright, we're gonna go to another call, man. What the fuck are we? We talking to this motherfucker. I promise somebody. Oh, John from Cincinnati, that nigga. John, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Patrice? Greetings from one soldier to another good soldier.
God damn it. We opening up Pimps R Us.
Pimps are Pimco.
Dante is Union Chief. And I hand out the cards. And Kathleen stands outside with that whiny voice and fucking says, this is wrong to have
Alright.
Edward G. Robinson voice with titties. I'm not fucking a fat guy, see? I'm not 39. Eat my pussy. See?
I like that fat guy. He had that fat guy wisdom.
But you wouldn't fuck him. Exactly.
No, he's
fat guy
so fat.
Fuck off.
He's fat, I'm telling you.
I would, but his belly button. Your belly button smells like fish cakes.
You're out.
You don't get no pussy looking like that, see?
And I find a bunch of grapefruit in your face. Fat boy. Sorry, John. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah, that's alright, dude. Alright, here's the situation. Alright, I've been dating this girl for about a year. I dated her before I broke up, so I got back together with her. Alright, man. Like, and I bring the pan hard, but I fuck this girl real hard. Like, you know, I do everything I can. I hit it like I really want it. I bring the wood.
Okay.
I'll make this girl fuck probably like 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
But literally, I have stamina that, you know, I need a girl to fucking ride out with me.
Okay.
But like about halfway through, she says she wants to quit and she doesn't want to like finish me off. My question is this some kind of like psychological thing where she's saying, you know what, I have control over you, that, you know, I control how, you know, what we do sexually?
No, because you're fucking, it sounds like you're fucking the way you want to fuck. You understand? But what it sounds like is that it's two things. Either you're not as fantastic as you think you are, maybe your dick is too big, or maybe, you know, she's selfish. But it doesn't sound like she's selfish because you're fucking her the way you want. So you might have to really, you might not be giving her what she really wants. Like the way she's getting off, it may not be how she wants to get off. Because usually when you get a woman off the way she likes, the competitive nature in a woman, she wants to get you off back. She wants to make sure you're happy. So basically, she's letting you pump away until she can't, she can't take it no more.
So she's had enough of it.
Yeah, you might want to.
Can I ask you, do you have an exceptionally large penis?
Ugh.
Well,
you have a big dick?
Hold on. Could you ask that in a less sexy way? Excuse me. Is that baby wrecking appendage on the end of you bigger than normal?
Yeah, I bet your helmet, see?
Yeah, I would.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not as big as Trace. I'm 6'5", but I'm like 230.
Oh, you're in shape. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a military dude. But you know what? I wouldn't say that I have exceptionally large, but yeah. And she's not a small girl. I mean, but still. Basically, what she's complaining at is that she hurt after a while.
She gets sore. Your dick is too big. You're ramming her like a fucking animal. Here's what you do. One good night, just eat a twat, right, until...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I did that, though. See, this is what happened. I ate her pussy like an animal, like perfect. Got her off 2 or 3 times. And Patrice, like you were saying the last time, the competitive shit, she did come back and gave me the best blowjob I've ever had in my life.
Okay.
But still, like, I had sex, I'm not going to brag, but I had sex last night, and what happened was, we're halfway into it, she comes, 2 or 3 times, and just the best experience of her life, she tells me, but then, right when I'm about to hit, she fucking pulls away and says, you know what, I'm done. I'm tired. I can't do this anymore. And I'm just trying to figure out, what the fuck is going on.
That could be two things. That could be 2 things. One thing, I know chicks that can only come once, and they're finished. Just like so spent afterwards. It could be that, or it could be maybe, I don't know, maybe she's not lubed up enough. Just try the Eros.
Yeah.
The Eros is the best.
She gets dried up?
Nah, I mean, kinda.
Yeah, kind of is,
yeah. Yeah, go ahead and go get some Eros, man. And listen, stop ramming her. And if you can't stop ramming her, when she comes, just do this. You gotta learn how to explore yourself sexually, maybe a little.
How old is he?
How old are you? How old are you, dude?
I'm 24.
Oh, he's an animal.
Yeah.
Dude, slow down. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. You're not gonna understand that until God makes you slow down. My dick, it's like it gets hard, but there's soft spots in it now. Like it's fully erect, but it feels like I'm like, yeah, artery in my dick. I need a bypass in my dick.
You got a sleepy dick.
See, you're just a young animal, dude. We all like that. So it's really,
you get older, you learn to put 3 hours of fucking in 45 minutes.
Yeah, you're fucking you know what it's
feels
like. It's hard. It's really.
Look at Kathleen's getting moist.
It's like, and now she's like, 6'5", 230. Man, hit it in the asshole. Man,
fuck me till you can't
fuck
say
my
it.
cigar burns, see? Man.
He's wearing this girl out. Like,
Hey, man, well, look, and
she came
dude,
twice.
how old's your girl?
And then the third.
She didn't say that to me, man.
She's 24.
You gotta get older.
Now here's the difference. She is not going to be into the fucking marathon that you're into, but here's what you should do on the sneak, on the low. Go get a old bitch. And when I say old to you is 35. Go get you a fucking 35-year-old and fuck her all brains out.
And she will not chill.
She probably had her tubes tied. Right. She probably, her uterus probably a little bit.
So she'll say, wait a minute, baby, let me just ice it down and we can start up again.
Trust me.
I know a manic. This is like very physiological, but just the third time you do it just put the penis like right on the outside until she begs for it, and then ram her.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Dirty little bitch.
Yeah, like just on the outside until she gets.
And what does that do, Pumpkin?
that'll make her,
Craving?
because she's tired. She's worn out. After the third time, you've got to put a little more into it. Like just on the outside.
She's getting more attractive.
What are you doing later, see? Oh, she getting hot.
Just on the outside, like against. You know.
Thanks for calling, sweetie. But yeah, you know what it is? You don't need no advice, man. You're just a young soldier who
Good
just
for
wants
you.
to pump away. And trust me, man, you'll change in about 6 more years. You'll understand what we're saying. But just lay off her just a little bit. Just give her, you know what you do? Jerk off, man. Beat your dick before you fuck her. And get a little bit of that fucking evil out, man. You're full of testosterone, nigga. Join the UFC.
This shit not
punch a nigga in the face and then fuck your bitch. Go fight, then fuck. Fight fucking food. You need the 3X.
Let me just say this, man. I'm in the U.S. military, and you know what, man? This is the best fucking show I've heard on XM202 besides O&A. I hope they fucking keep you on forever, man.
Fucking thank you very much, dude. All right, we're going to...
Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, man. Take care of yourself, man. Thank you. Hey, we're going to Anthony in New York. Anthony?
What's going on, Patrice?
How you feeling, man?
I'm alright. I just got a question for you. I've been going out, allegedly going out with this girl for like a year, right? The only way she wants,
God, he got a record.
For fucking money.
She would say that again?
The only way she wants to have sex is for money.
Well, that sounds like
that would be
Brazil. I've heard that before, too. I mean, I'm not to be an asshole, dude. Is she a fucking hooker?
Nah, dude.
She...
Not that I know of.
How do you define hooker?
Hey, Anthony, listen, I don't want you to fucking get frustrated, but you may be delusional, man. If any chick that only has sex... Okay, wait a minute. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Is she saying, listen, let's cut out all the stuff that you would have to do with another bitch, like dinner, a movie, give me the money you would...
do that shit, too.
No. So you gotta date the bitch?
Okay, you take her out to dinner and then you have to give her money?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, you know what you should start to do?
Like, she's like, oh, I need $100, you know, and then we'll go fuck after that.
Is she jealous?
Ooh.
I'm ugly.
Fuck that nigga.
Why do you think you're ugly?
That.
Well, let's. I don't know. What do you look like? Is he ugly? Maybe she's undercharging you, you fucking genetic disaster.
No, hey, man. Don't make this nigga feel bad. He's already paying his girlfriend.
See, and he thinks...
And the rent. Damn, so you mean to tell me when I was going to Brazil, they were really my girlfriends?
Unbelievable.
Oh, I love my girlfriends. And I cheated on my girl every day there. I was not faithful to any of my women when I was in Brazil. Nigga, if you're going to do that, you fucking, you know what you make her do? You make her say she's a prostitute so she can let you off the emotional hook. You understand?
All right. Yeah,
make her say, look, baby, and she goes, I'm not no prostitute. Well, bitch, let's go look at the definition of prostitute. I bet you it's as short as this. Women who get paid to fuck. And she is a whore. And you force her to either be your woman or be a whore. And if she's going to be a whore, treat her accordingly. Tell her to get the fuck out after you come. You understand what I'm saying?
You don't take a whore to the movies, B.
Yeah, fuck. Well, you can.
Well, you can.
If she sucks your dick.
In the theater.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Anthony.
See you later, ugly.
Mike in Dallas, man.
What up, BP?
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Black Phillip.
BP, I like that.
Black Phillip. I am not Black Phillip. It's called the Black Phillip Show with Patrice O'Neal. What's happening, Black Phillip? I'm gonna be nigga Ryan soon. What's up, nigga Joe? What? Black Phillip. Wait, you know what it's like? It's like Darius Rucker is not Hootie. Darius Rucker from Hootie and the Blowfish. Darius Rucker is not Hootie. But anyway, go ahead, man. What you got?
All right, listen, I've been with this chick for about 8 years. She had a hysterectomy and quit working and became a grandma to take care of her daughter's kid. So basically, she kind of using me, friends and stuff, and I'm trying to dump her, but lately, the sexual tension between me and her daughter has just been insane.
That's hot.
How old is her daughter?
And 20.
And how old are you?
40.
And how old is the grandmother with her innards ripped out?
Now, that's the grandmother's his girl.
No, I know. I'm saying, how old is she?
She's 40.
Okay. Oh my God, dude.
She don't fuck no more. Her daughter knows that she don't fuck no more. I'm pretty much bringing all the income in. The daughter drops these hints all the time. I don't know if I'm losing my mind and just fucking go for it and blow the whole thing up.
What's a hint to? What's a hint she drops? What's a hint?
She went 2 bathrooms, right? She leaves her panties in my bathroom.
Are they crunchy?
And wait, let us get into your filth though. Yeah. Tell the truth, Mike?
Yeah.
Do you fight with all your powers not to sniff or pray?
I don't know if I'm just losing my mind. I don't know.
You sniff.
I fucking.
Look, Mike, listen, first of all, listen to this. Destroy that inner mind that's going on now. It is what it is. You understand what I'm saying? This is one thing you gotta learn, man, from we talk all the time, is that whatever feeling you have, don't fight it, you rationalize it. It's a feeling. You're losing. You don't want to get to that point where it gets so out of control you do something dumb. Now, if you are in a zone where it's so hot, I'm gonna tell you what you do. I'm gonna tell you what you fucking do. You release that energy onto your fucking the fucking grandmother or whatever that he's calling his woman grandmother. Right. Here's what you do. You say, look, I think, because you want to get out the shit anyway. Right. So you just go up to her and you go, look, there's a problem. I have to get out of this. I'm gonna tell you why. She's gonna go, why? Because I want to fuck your daughter. and she will give you the emotional out. Yeah. She'll say, you fucking piece of shit. And don't care. And you know what'll happen? While you're finding a new apartment, her daughter will come find you and fuck your brains out, and you don't have to live with that guilt.
Well, does the 20-year-old want a
You're
child?
fucking good. God damn it. That was the plan, to not blow it up, do that, split.
She's not gonna, the grandmother's not gonna think you're a good guy no matter what. It doesn't matter how easily you ease out of it or not. She's still gonna think you're a piece of shit anyway.
Exactly.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, get out. Just be honest. Go get old ass and tell her it's a wrap. Tell her why, and you leave. Because your daughter is, and she's not my daughter. You make sure you let her know you're not no goddamn pedophile, or as Kathleen says, pederand.
Oh, a pederast.
Wait, listen to this, dude, before you go. Can everybody listen to the explanation
that's not
of
a pedophile.
Wait a minute, Kathleen, wait a minute, because I'm going to tell. Kathleen has introduced a new word to my life. It's called pederast. All right, I don't know if a lot of people know, but explain the difference between a pedophile and a pederast, Kathleen. Thanks for calling, dude. Thanks for calling, dude.
Yeah, pederast is it's before menace. It's before puberty.
Like a
person who is a pederast.
Is what?
Is someone who wants to have sex with people that are before puberty.
It's a pederast.
That's a pederast. Yeah.
Now what's a pedophile?
6-year-old.
Yeah, exactly. Before they have secondary sexual characteristics, like breasts
and that's a pederast.
Wow. Yeah.
Now what's a pedophile?
The pedophile would be, underage.
That's reverse then.
No, I think pedophile is children.
Yeah, pedophile is a child. Pederast is a guy who wants to fuck a girl who's underage, but she got titties and ass, but she's fuckable.
Technically, yes, they're all called pedophiles, but technically a pederast, which is worse.
A pederast is worse than a pedophile.
Yes,
but a pedophile.
That's a really fucked up pedophile.
Before you
that's the Oscar winner for pedophile.
It's a tired pedophile.
Exactly, and
usually a lazy pedophile.
What do you call a guy that fucks a fetus?
He's a pedonast.
He's a silly pedagogue.
All right, okay. So a pederast is the most fucked up pedophile.
Exactly, exactly. And they don't differentiate between females and males because there's not much difference between an 8-year-old.
They don't have the secondary.
Exactly.
Oh, shit.
They don't like the.
Jim, what do you think of that? I think she's probably right. There are differences though.
Hey, okay, we got a woman calling. Thank God. Hi, Tina in Kentucky.
Hello?
Tina,
hi.
Yes. Tina, hi. Welcome to the Black Phillip
Show. How are you?
I'm fine. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, baby. Yes.
Okay. I got a question.
Go ahead.
Me and my husband have been together for 18 years.
Yes.
And how can I make our relationship more interesting?
On what level?
On a sexual level.
On a sexual level? Well, yeah, you have to be a whore. And I'm going to tell you what you don't do, because I can hear it in your voice. You are around 40 at least?
No, I'm not.
How old are you?
I'm 35.
All right, that's 40. So
That's around 40.
So 35 years old, and sex is not good no more. And I'm going to tell you what's going on. It's not good because 35, you want to fuck, because that's basically what the question is. He's not interested in you. So what? Basically, let's be honest here. It's not how do we make it interesting. It's how do you get this motherfucker to want to fuck you some more. Here's what you do. Stop listening to motherfucking shows that tell you to get a makeover. We don't give a fuck about your new dress, your new your new makeup. And for God's sakes, when the motherfucker comes in from work, don't have your new nightie playing some goofy slow song with candles lit and a meal that he won't eat anyway, because he's gonna walk in and go, oh my God, it's hot in here, and now I gotta fuck this bitch because she wants to fuck me. This is what you do. Men want to chase. That is our nature. So here's what you do. You do something so fucking filthy while he's sitting there ignoring you, reading the newspaper, watching Jeopardy, whatever the fuck he's doing.
Fuck yourself with a dildo.
And you walk in,
watching the news.
not even that, nigga.
No.
You walk in and, like, while he's sitting there, pee on the floor next to him.
Wow. They don't call it Damien Karras.
And then walk in the kitchen and start washing dishes. And he'll look at the piss and go, what, did this bitch, excuse me, did this bitch just piss on the floor? Hold up. And you're washing dishes, you're like, I'm washing dishes, don't bother me, motherfucker. Don't you? And then he'll wrap up the newspaper and walk in there and go, you know, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of you, fucking whore. He will fuck you because you're dirty. You don't try to you're not gonna be able to speak sexy up yourself, dirty up yourself.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Take your dignity and your self-respect and throw it in the dumpster. Do you understand? And you fuck him like every whore that you hated in your life growing up. That's how you bring it to him. Pee if you have to, choke him if you have to, fucking do what you have. Spit in his face. Exactly.
Spit in his face. Shit on a doily. Do something.
Thanks for calling, Tina. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We're gonna go to Mr. Brian in New York. Brian?
Yeah, I was just wondering if this show is gonna be on replay.
I don't know. Is it gonna be on replay? Don't know. Oh, okay. Well, we'll find out, man. But listen now. You listen to O&A, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they'll tell you. Them niggas will tell you, man. Well, folks, listen, we're going to wrap it up, I guess, tonight for Black Phillip with Patrice O'Neal. And I'd like to thank everybody that came in. Drew Boogie was here, but he didn't say nothing. But Drew is a soldier in the bitch game. He really is. Elo, and all the fucking staff from O&A is like here helping, man. I appreciate all you guys coming and helping out. Yeah, it's a lot of people, and I appreciate it.
There's like 25 people
it's
that
beautiful,
stopped by.
man. I appreciate it. And of course, Mr. Jimmy Norton, man, very special fucking visit from Aspen. Little treat. Just a delicious little snowman. And if this show is on again, the regular guest hosts are going to be Dante Nero, and Kathleen Roller. Like, that's it. So that's the show. If it fucking comes on again, it does. If it don't, well, fuck you, Opie.
I thought you guys did a great job.
So I appreciate y'all
I think
coming
we'd
out.
like to have you do it again, definitely. Even Master Poe's here.
Master Poe. Thanks, Poe. And that's it. All right, well, thank you for joining us on the Black Phillip Show.
You got 45 seconds left.
Well, fucking do something, you lonely motherfuckers out there. Start fucking your girls. Kathleen, are you promoting anything, Kathleen? Anything?
I am not, no.
New carpet cleaning product, perhaps? Someone pisses on the rug?
I'll be at the Improv.
Did you hear that, 5'10" fat man? She's a loser. No work, no job. Sounds like Edward G. Robinson. Like, you can fuck, man. Nothing, see? Dante, nothing, anything?
I got something coming up with Annie, a reality show coming up with Annie.
That's right, it's a bouncer show.
Yeah.
Niggas is doing things.
Alright. I'm pretty hungry. I'm gonna go buy some pho. I think I'll eat some pho. It's like a perfect weather to eat some pho. How long has that? Okay, I've been streaming for what, 4 hours? Maybe I'll be back to do some other bullshit. I know nobody's watching, but what the fuck, man? I'm trying to make this happen. Damn, I gotta fix my fridge, man. I don't know if the sound, like, you hear the sound, but it's like blah, blah, blah. Dude, I got a mosquito bite right here, dude. On my head. On my face, dude. The balls on this mosquito, man. Biting me on my face. Piece of shit. Yeah, well, that was the drawing stream. I'm gonna try some other type of stream later, maybe. Experiment, trying to get more viewers. Do I gotta be a video game streamer? I play video game. You guys wanna watch me play City of the Wolves? Yeah, man, let's take the day easy today. Tomorrow I'll start looking for another work. It's my fault for not working for a year and a half. It's my fault. Yeah. That's it. That's it for the stream.